Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I hope you enjoy your stay. Hey, that rhymes with namaste, doesn't it? I wanted to begin as we await our first guests to arrive with the Gayatri Mantra, so if you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Om Bhur-Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Om Bhur-Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam. It looks like my internet connection cut out just for a moment right at the beginning. But that's okay. Regardless, I would like to continue setting the intention for the space. First of all, how am I trying to say this? May this space be one in which we're all welcome, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. I trust that regardless of the diversity which appears on the surface, let all of that be an expression of the infinite source that is there, unified, deep in all our hearts. I hope that we can come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Those are my intentions. Namaste. What do you mean you can perceive me? Namaste, dear angel. Welcome. You are amongst the first guests here. Happy to have you here. Happy to have many others who are joining now too. And I trust that in this moment you feel welcome here, allowed to be here. And I hope to hold space for you in everything that you're going through, in your emotional space, your mental space, regardless of the situation that may be present before you. I trust that you're allowed to be exactly as you are in this moment. You would like to spread love, shares. What do you mean you can perceive me? Well, I hope to be able to echo the love you have into the recesses of the internet through our live stream today. Hello, Assad. Happy to have you here, dear angel. Dear Assad, you share that you're feeling unsettled. Well, if you're comfortable talking about it, I'm happy to listen. That's not a comfortable feeling, but one that is very common and allowed to be there too. Welcome, classe de personnel. And dear Musketeer, you share that you had this dream yesterday from that mantra. This moment, you dreamt of this happening? Well, I hope it was a good dream. Speaking of dreams, dear angel, you share that you had a dream that a few weeks ago happened today. Wow. What timing with the premonitions. I also hope that was a good dream. Welcome, Joki. No, not this moment, dear Musketeer. Oh. Hello, dear Sav. I have been well, thank you. Ram. Well, that's another bija mantra. That one's for the solar plexus. Just go one higher. That's the mantra for the heart. Yum. Thank you, dear John Simon, for the heart me that you sent too. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. Now that many people are here, I'd like to open up the question of the day together. If you're interested in exploring with me, today I'm curious. In what little ways do we as humans unite our energies every day? And I struggled a little bit with the wording of that sentence, so allow me to add some clarifying commentary. I mean something very general, which is what makes me me and what makes you you, that energy of our being. How do we bring that together in little ways every day? And not just me personally, but all humans around the world, everyone that we come across, even animals. A smile, shares Musketeer. I love that answer. Yeah, exchanging smiles, you add to that, dear Jen. Yeah, that's a great one. Happy to hear your dream wasn't necessarily bad, nor was it the best, just a flat tire. I'm happy that no one is hurt, everyone is well, and everything that needs fixing is in the process. Dear Christopher, you shared eye contact. That's a big one too. Yeah. Namo Buddhaya, dear class. Hello, Flow with Paige. Susanna, you share through thinking. Indeed, our thoughts, the ability to unite each other. And Sav, you share that you talk to family, as well as listen to the ancestors telling you what type of praises you should send to remind us we're all together and hearing one another. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. John Simon, you share looking in the eyes too. Yeah. Oh, dear Angel, you share a lot of your friends and a random stranger came together to help your tire get fixed. That's beautiful. I'm happy to hear that. Musketeer, you share dancing, food, smile, music, the human experience. Those are all wonderful parts of uniting our energies. I agree. CB, you share acknowledgement. I love that word. Yeah. And feelings in general, shares Susanna. Joe, you share that as an empath. I've never heard that word. I've heard of empaths. But as an empath, you share you find it hard not to unite energies, but sometimes you wish you could turn it off. That's understandable. Dear Christy, you share that the best way to do this is over a shared meal. Those are some bonding moments. And Flow with Paige, you share through love and connection. Well said. Dear Jane, you share that you've seen people use prayer to accomplish that. You're not religious, but you think it still works. Absolutely. Yeah. Tone of voice, shares Christopher too. And Shelby, you add laughing together. Oh, I love that answer. Yeah. I'm happy to hear that you love the background music, dear Michael. The song we're listening to is called Meditation Music, Deep Bass Ambient Music for Relaxation. More of a description than a title, really, but that's the title as you can find it on YouTube. And hello, Loopy Lane. Thank you, dear Susanna. Every day I think I can work on being a little warmer and kinder. Thank you for being too. And hello, blank cover plates. Welcome. Well, I really love the answers that we shared around there. So thank you. Perhaps we can pause our inquiry into the question of the day there for now. However, if you're still thinking about it, you are welcome to share some insight, and I'll keep some space open to that as we continue our live stream. Dear Michael, you ask, what makes me stressed? I suppose the same underlying reason that makes everyone stressed, which is an expectation about how we're supposed to be right now, or right now just in general, not exactly in this moment, but in the way we live our life around now too. Expectations to meet deadlines, to be somebody, to fulfill some responsibility, or appear a certain way. Stress means that we have some idea of how we're supposed to be, and maybe we've got that idea from someone else. But the ultimate way to de-stress is always to let go of these things and find acceptance and trust that the way in which we are living right now is adequate. And if there are things that need to change, then we trust that they will, and we'll put in the effort to do so. But no need to be anyone else than the one that's on this part of the journey right now. Dear Angel, follow-up thought from the question of the day, which is, you also think we come together through singing together or dancing together. Absolutely. Yeah, expressing our culture, our soul, engaging in a creative process as one. Dear Eli, you share that your friend told your girlfriend that he likes her and you don't know what to do. Well, sounds like that's a conversation you have to have with him. If you're worried that somehow that's going to change your relationship with your girlfriend, it's not. Everything that you have between each other is between each other. Doesn't matter if anyone else likes you. If the love that you have is precious, then no one can change your minds about how you feel about each other. And your friend has expressed themselves. Maybe they could have done so through you, but that sounds like something you have to work through with him. The heart chooses what the heart chooses, and there's nothing we can really do about that other than understand and set boundaries where they need to be. Musketeer, you share in general, all arts bring people together. It is the soul expression. Well said. I concur. Dear Michael, I'm happy you enjoyed that stress answer. Am I able to connect with Spirit in each moment? Spirit is that which animates every part of our existence, the illuminator of our consciousness, and the underlying self within everyone around us as a mirror to our own soul. I'm doing so as I listen to you and attempt to connect with your experience through my own. I trust that with clear communication between everyone, dear Eli, that your words will bridge gaps where we are imagining what could be. Dear Sav, you ask, how do I stop myself from falling into what you would say soul suckers? You know, that's a little strange. Well, philosophically speaking, the soul is the unchanging part of you. Therefore, it can't be sucked away, because that would mean that it's changeable. So know your soul to be ever pure always, no matter what happens. But the underlying meaning of this does come through, and of course it concerns people that take advantage of some of our gifts that we bring to the world. And there you set clear boundaries. If there's space needing to be created, then you have the right to do that. It can be difficult when we're people pleasers, when we want the emotions of everyone in our life to be positive. Otherwise, we feel like somehow that makes us vulnerable to the negativity. But honestly, people that take advantage of you, you're doing them a favor by giving them space to find their own independence. It's actually the highest grace you could do for them, is give them that opportunity to discover what they're getting from you internally within themselves. And hello, dear Aries. And good evening, Master Eric. Hello, Judah Girl. Hello, Neon Jello Pack. It's beautiful, dear Michael. I'm happy to hear that your organs are feeling more clear, dear Trevor. Zadina Choren, you're wondering how my weekend is going. Well, thank you. I had a lovely walk with my mother today. I took some nature pictures for all of you on my Instagram story. And you share that letting ourselves be vulnerable, you believe, is a way to be together. That's a hard lesson, but such a beautiful one, indeed. All right. Neon Jello Pack, you're wondering what was the question of the day? And hello, dear Marlon, too. The question of the day was, it's a bit of a longer one. I might as well just show it again for you. You can think about it. In what little ways do we, as humans, unite our energies every day? All right. I would like to now read another short section from this book, The Hidden Power in Humans, gifted to me by a devotee of the author, who is known as Paramahans Swami Maheshwarananda, a Himalayan yogi, tried and true, as we uncover the knowledge of chakras and kundalini, which we have predominantly done already. We just have some extra pages at the end of the book. Right now we are discussing the nature of Samadhi, super conscious states that yogis can enter. Let's see where we left off. Got it. Let us continue on our inquiry through superconsciousness, Samadhi. We were talking about how some yogis withdraw from the activities of society and live as hermits far away from civilization, but they still do spiritual work from a distance. Other realized souls, though, go amongst people to teach them the truth. Even though they are liberated and unattached, they give up the joy of Vaikuntha, which is abodes of the divine. Heaven is a similar English word, and return to Narak, in some sense the lower realms, which might be analogous to hell, in the place that we're living on earth, in order to help living beings. To help others mentally and spiritually is a wonderful task, and at the same time a great art that requires deep understanding and comprehensive knowledge. For as long as we do not possess the insight and experience of a realized soul, We should take care that we are not pulled back into Maya, material existence ourselves, when we would like to help someone. In a bhajan, in a devotional song, Sri Mahaprabhuji, which I believe is the guru of our guru that wrote this book, you are chained to your karmas and destiny, but the realized one is nirbandhana. Unbound, they wander freely in this world. If you'll allow my improvised melody. The following is a very clear illustration of this. A prisoner found guilty of a crime was serving time in a prison. Staff and visitors were also to be found in the same building as the prisoner, attending to their specific duties, but their attendance was voluntary. For a person standing outside who does not know the people or the background, the director of the prison, the probation officer, or the warder appear to be in the same position as the prisoner, though a vast difference exists between them. The former are free and can come and go as they wish, whereas the latter is locked up for the purpose of rehabilitation, ideally. And it is the same with liberated souls who live in the world with people still affected by karma. Generally, they are not recognizable. They possess the ability to enter and depart from different levels of consciousness at will. For them, the physical world is only one room amongst many to which they are able to come and go as they choose. Their self is always connected to the Supreme Self. There are levels of Samadhi, but basically one can differentiate between two. Unconscious Samadhi, called Jada Samadhi, and conscious Samadhi, Chaitanya Samadhi. Another type called Laya Samadhi belongs to the first group, together with Sahaja or Bhava Samadhi. Savikalpa Samadhi and Nirvikalpa Samadhi belong to the second group. We can go through a couple of them, starting with the lowest, Laya Samadhi. The story was told earlier about a farmer who clung much too strongly to his family and is therefore incapable of following his spiritual master on the path. Through his attachment, his consciousness continued to sink lower and lower until finally he lived as a tiny worm in a cowpat on his farm. But his guru had not forgotten him. The guru never gives up. They appear on whatever level the disciple exists, even though the disciple has no awareness of this. The connection of the spiritual master to the disciple is eternal. Spiritual masters steadfastly keep the promise made to their disciples to never let them down. So then, the master came to the little worm in the form of a bee. He then lifted the little worm up and laid it gently in a lotus blossom. The farmer had once wished to meet God, and masters always tried to fulfill the wishes of their disciples. So, what happened next? Intoxicated by the strong and sweet smell of the lotus, the little worm blissfully fell asleep, and in the evening the blossom closed over it. The next day, during Brahma Muhurta, which is sunrise, an angel descended from heaven to fetch a lotus blossom as a gift for God and pick the lotus in which the little worm was sleeping. As soon as the angel stood before God's throne and handed God the lotus, the blossom opened, and the little being found itself directly in God's hands. In the merciful gaze of God, all its karmas dissolved, because just as darkness yields to the light of the sun, before God, no karmas can continue to exist. Therefore, with the help of the Master, this soul also realized its goal and united with the divine. This story illustrates the first level of Samadhi, Laya Samadhi. Laya itself means sleep, inertia, unconsciousness. It is still largely unconscious, similar to a dreamless deep sleep, but in reality one does not sleep. Rather, one has a happy spiritual experience. In Laya Samadhi, one forgets everything. The thoughts stand still, and one experiences deep inner joy, harmony, peace, and bliss. This first level of Samadhi can be reached by anyone after a few years of yoga practice. For example, during or after practicing pranayama or in yoga nidra. And let's read one more level of Samadhi. Sahaja Samadhi. Sahaja Samadhi, also known as Bhava Samadhi, where Sahaja means of itself, spontaneous, natural, organic, and Bhava means a kind of feeling or emotion. It's generally associated with intense feelings of bhakti, love and devotion to the divine. Sometimes during satsang, which is an association of spiritual seekers coming together, when singing kirtans and bhajans, devotional songs, when praying, or when they receive the darshan, the sight and blessing of a realized soul, bhaktas can suddenly enter into a state of inexpressible bliss. Bhakta meaning a devotee. Sahaja Samadhi is a beautiful experience, and its effects are slightly discernible in the waking consciousness. But unfortunately, it doesn't last for long. It is similar to a light trance from which one awakens after a few minutes. Laya Samadhi and Sahaja Samadhi could be called samples of Samadhi that inspire and motivate us to strive further, so that one day we are able to enter Samadhi consciousness with full awareness and remain there for a long period of time. And let's pause our reading of The Hidden Power in Humans there for now. We'll keep it short and sweet, and we'll discuss the two types of conscious Samadhi in our next reading. So thank you for listening. Namaste. Now we can open up our Sangha to discuss anything on our hearts and minds. And thank you, Minji, for your heart, me too. I hope I can learn how to pronounce your name more accurately. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, dear Amber. I am well. Thank you for asking. Dear Talon, you shared that you put something funny in chat. I'm not sure if it came through, as I don't see the comment that you're referring to, so you might be saved by the grace of God. Hello, dear Jessica. Namaste. Dear Amber, you share you love the energy container I prepare. A good description for the space. Thank you. Oh, that's right. There's something more I wanted to share with you all. As many of you know, we have a show and tell segment of these live streams too. Today I wanted to share with you Mars's Ecstasy in the Experience pictures, which are very fun and wholesome. So allow me to go through them with you. A short description that Mars wrote for us is, beginning with the quote, "When you blink, I cease to exist. What am I without you? I am nothing." He writes, "Hello, I love poetry and art, and it has been a constant birth and death in my life experiences. I hope to be someone to bring light to darkness and darkness to the light. I want to remind people of love and maybe, I don't know, get perceived." Without further ado, allow me to share my screen with you. There. I'll move it a little up so you can still see my eyes. And here, allow me to zoom in a little bit too so we can explore some of these images. Very beautiful art. I guess you can't see my eyes, but that's okay. So much happening here, lots of different colors. You'll notice that behind the color there are outlines of different shapes like faces. And I'm sure that if we continue to explore, you'll find so much life being expressed here. Some beautiful pictures to go through. Here's another one. This one also, you can very much see how there's hands and eyes, lots of color, very psychedelic. I'm a big fan of this one. Third picture here is very cute, looks like a butterfly, and then there's the wordplay that insight is short for inner sight, and I love that. Absolutely. Here's a very interesting looking creature that has wings as well as horns and a halo too. And there's some mushroom friends as well. We love that. Very fun. Here's a beautiful poem. Might have to move it a little bit to the side so you can see it. This reads, "I like my moments of solitude, but then intrudes within me something deeper than loneliness that has taken up residence. These burdens, I should burn them like the bridges of friendships ended. Egregious emptiness, listless loneliness, buried shame, return me to our mind game." Very deep. Here's a relatable existential crisis. Is it real? Is it real? Is it real? Is it real? The answer is yes. This moment is real. Some beautiful outlines of a figure with flowy hair. I like that a lot. And this is the art which is on the cover of a book that Mars has made, which I can zoom out here. Very fun, called Mother Monster, a tiny book of small secrets. And truthfully, what lays within this book in terms of contents is a secret. Small secret, perhaps, but I think it's a beautiful book cover. And there's one more thing, which is this line work too, and a little bit of point work. Very fun. Lots of depth. Very psychedelic, as I said. Thank you for sharing, dear Mars. I am grateful that we had a moment to do another show and tell. This has been Ecstasy in the Experience with some pictures and poetry. Thank you. I'm happy many of you like that. Lots of love shared around for dear Mars. And as always, if you would like to fill out the same form that Mars did so that we can share it, there's a place for you to drop images or videos or documents for us to use this space as a place to express parts of you too. Since the comment section alone can be a little limiting, I hope to be an amplifier for you and your story too in the show and tell segments. You can find that in the link tree in my bio. Namaste. Thank you, dear Spirit Sister, for the rose you sent to. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Innovision, thank you for your heart me as well. Sometimes I feel like I thank the gift. Why, Spirit Sister, I wanted to thank you for your rose. Did I say that, or did I say Innovision when I read that? Thank you for your rose, dear Spirit Sister. Radhe Radhe. And Innovision, thank you for your heart me. My brain glitched. I felt like I fused your gifts together there. Anyway, wanted to make sure each person gets their recognition. I did say it the right way the first time. No wonder I'm so confused. Anyway, thank you, Innovision, for your pride glasses too. Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. And I did say thank you, Spirit Sister. Good to know. Sometimes as I'm going through the gifts, after I read one, my eyes glance the next gift after that. I feel like, which one did I just read? You know? It's kind of like a spatial dyslexia. I don't know. Welcome, dear Magdalene. Radhe Radhe. And hello, dear Paul. Thank you for finding the divine within my eyes, dear Tutuya. If I pronounce your name in a better way, please let me know. Good evening, Uncle Tony. Yamnesty is a funny portmanteau. Praise logic. It's funny, I was just about to make a video. Actually, I did make a video on logic a few days ago, but I decided not to post it because I felt like it's not one that was going to bring more love into this world. So I decided for the possibility of returning to that topic in a different way in the future. Thank you, dear Sadina Jorain, for your kunta of roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Nyangelo Pack, you should share that you were working with Stable Diffusion at that moment, and you're making an audio reactive video. Oh, how fun. I love that. Stable Diffusion is a very interesting form of image generation. Not just image generation. It's used in many different contexts, but image generation is the one that I know most expressively. Welcome, Reese. Dear Amber, you shared that you had a dear friend of yours tell you that your loving vibration made you perfect for the quote-unquote front line. There's a way in which I sometimes use the word front line in my own thoughts to describe sharing spiritual topics to those that might be unfamiliar with them, at least in this lifetime. Of course, I call that the front line. I consider myself on the front line during these live streams sometimes. Dear Gaia, you ask, how can you express gratitude in every word expressed in love? What a fascinating question. How can we express gratitude in every word expressed in love? I suppose love is a place of gratitude, and so what is expressed in love already carries the energy of gratitude. Gratitude is such a beautiful feeling. Strictly speaking, it's beyond logic, because there's no reason to be grateful for anything in particular. Yet on the spot, we spontaneously create a sentiment of joy for this thing appearing in this moment. It didn't have to be. I don't have to feel grateful for anything. And yet, it's a conscious choice that's possible. And with love, we express our gratitude for being a witness to what's perceptible, because we know that beauty deserves to be witnessed, and so it unfolds in the presence of one, and we can be grateful that we're the one that gets to witness this beauty unfold. Dear Gaia, you share that sharing your nights here are so meaningful to you. Even that sentiment itself is very meaningful to me too. Thank you for that. That's sweet. Dear Uncle Tony, you share that someone told you that you were looking good today, and you said, you too, and you haven't showered for 4 days. I think it's been about the same for me too. I'm with you there. Dear Amber, you share such a beautiful sentiment that you think deeply about what equanimity looks like, while also carrying yourself with integrity in your practice. Powerful words there. Dear Gaia, you ask, what if love carried bitterness? Is it still love? What if someone put a few drops of venom into milk? Is it still milk? Yeah, it's still milk, but we should be very careful with that kind of milk. You don't want to go chugging the milk that has a little bit of poison in it, even if it's not a lot. Aloha, dude. Aloha, dear Greg RG. Oh, I see. Greg RG said aloha, and people were saying aloha back. Very kind. Dear Uncle Tony, you had asked if I'm a fan of Shep Gold. I'm unfamiliar with what Shep Gold is. I just imagine a gold sheep. You're the only S. You share that your cousin and girlfriend have been arguing, and your cousin was causing the girlfriend to cry, one of two parts, and you couldn't even think and listen because they were across the door from your room. Do you intervene or let it go? And how do we know when to intervene on something and let it go? Beautiful question. Is the girlfriend your girlfriend or the girlfriend of the cousin? Not that it matters too much, but it does change things a little bit. Good context. The girlfriend of the cousin. Well, you have duty to your family. If you choose to fulfill familial obligations, but we do get to choose our family. But assuming that we definitely consider cousin our family, and we have a duty to be there for them. But remember that be there for them also means calling them out on mistakes that take them away from being the best version of themselves. If you notice that it's a mistake to have expressed something in a way that hurt their girlfriend, then you can be a good cousin by calling them out on that and say, hey man, what are you doing? You're one of the most loving people I know. This is no way to express yourselves to someone that you love so much and she loves you. And if it's something that is open to having a conversation about, you can go from there. Maybe they both need some space a little bit. You can just introduce an idea. If they tell you to go away, then that's also their right too. If it's just between them. But you're welcome to just show up, present yourself, and in some way indicate that you want to help resolve tension, and it's up to them to accept that. And of course, even if you're only indirectly related to this girlfriend because the cousin is someone you're closer with, you're still human, and as a part of our great human family, you have a duty to be there for them too. Yeah. The worst thing that could happen is they tell you that they don't want you to be involved, and that's okay. It's not crossing a boundary to just somehow ask or imply that you're offering to resolve tensions. Whether they take up that offer or not, we'll see. I trust your judgment. And thank you, dear Colin, for your quintet of roses too. Dum Durgaye Namaha Zadina Chorain. Oh, I thank you for those roses. I thank you again. You're very welcome, dear, the only S. And I loved what Ree said too. That definitely don't respond in anger, but love overall, whatever the case. Dear Shani, you ask, do I believe we can be in multiple dimensions at once? Do you feel like two worlds exist at once? Remember that there are two parts of our existence happening at any moment. Pardon me. There's our outer world and there's our inner world. In our inner world, there is infinite possibility, and that becomes the filter through which we experience the outer world. The outer world exists as it is, but through the filter of our inner world, we see all these possibilities that are one with this moment. We see that so many things can happen now, depending on the choices that are made here. So you can ask yourself, of these multiple possibilities that exist from our inner world as being projected on our outer world, which possibility leads to the highest love, the highest bliss, the highest peace for everyone involved? Try to realize, manifest that. Try to realize, manifest that. Please put you in your thoughts. You will not trauma dumped, but you are going through hell. I see that many people responded to you already, and you're already a part of our thoughts. Much love. I trust that you will make it through these challenges, perhaps with some battle scars of body or mind, but they are a reminder that you are a survivor and live to tell the tale of your survival. And you're right in the middle of life and all of its contradictory nature. My best wishes to you, and that you'll be able to use this experience as one that will inevitably bring out possibility in your life. Crossroads. Good morning, my friend from Lebanon. Right? Thank you, Uncle Tony, for the rose you sent to Om Karim Kalikaye Namaha. Oh good, I remembered. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for your pair of flowers. Hare Krishna. And dear Colin, thank you for another heart me. You are trying, and I know you are, and I trust that your best is enough. You're the only S. You shared that last night you were a bit scared to chant because of it being Kali, but had a wonderful experience. Felt divinely led. Oh, I skipped a comment. Felt so in tune with that chant and took action on cleaning your room, which felt divinely led. Yeah. I think my mind caught that you had asked just before we started chanting that if it was safe to. And yeah, I wouldn't do anything in this live stream that I didn't feel was safe for everyone here. But everyone's welcome to use their judgment too. And, no one's expected to stay for anything or practice anything preached here. Dear Mom Star Nation, thank you for your trio of roses too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Colin, you share that you need to subscribe. Here, you don't need to at all. I'm always happy to have you here. Oh, I just noticed you did subscribe. Well, thank you. Never expected, but appreciated. And I'm only happy to have you a part of the Sangha. Jai Ram. Hello, Trey. Welcome. I'll see you in a moment, Mars. You're my friend from Lebanon. You share that you are studying political sciences. What do I think about that? I think if you are studying something that you enjoy and that it's something that you feel you can use to give back to this world, that's wonderful. Truthfully, I'm not that familiar with political science. I would love to know more about how science gets involved with policy and politics. I assume that's what it concerns by the name. Dear Caro, you're wondering if I have a favorite hobby? You know, picking a favorite hobby would be like picking a favorite child. You can do it. But then the moment you're not with your favorite child, immediately, there's something more you could have in that moment that isn't here. And as a result, how can we connect as passionately there? So, it befits us to find something that we like about everything to the same extent. For example, my mom says I'm her favorite son, and my sister is her favorite daughter, but we're also her only children. So it's vacuously true. But a lot of the hobbies that I explored when I was a little younger, I haven't explored in a while. I've found a lot of expression in some of the more mundane aspects of life. But one of the hobbies that is still relevant to my life today is computer programming. I find it to be a beautiful expression of logic, of structure, of efficiency optimization, which is really satisfying. Thank you, dear Colin, for your 24 and another 51 roses. I trust that the difficult circumstance that you find yourself in is not necessarily a financial one, because otherwise I would very much tell you to refrain from sending me anything. I want you to be able to take care of yourself and people that depend on you, but thank you. It's a heartbreak. That makes sense. I'm sorry to hear that. Radhe Radhe. Namaste, dear feline. And you can relate, my friend from Lebanon, from having a favorite son, favorite daughter, but only one son and one daughter. You're my favorite first child. You're my favorite youngest child. The only ask you ask, is there any way to have one-on-one chats with me? Right now I have my inboxes open on my email, Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, those places, you're welcome to leave me a message and I can get back to you there as soon as I can. Dear Neon Jello Pack, you're wondering how the Yamdals are coming along. I put the project on hold for right now. Yamdal is such a funny name. As right now I lack the tools to be able to carve the grooves for my feet. And I think even if I had them, you can't really chisel plywood, which I've discovered these are made out of. So I'm waiting until a time arises where I have the right wood and the right tools. Dear Caro, you share that you can totally see me making a meditation or mantra app. That's a beautiful idea. A few months ago, I was trying to learn how to program in Kotlin, which is the programming language developed by Google for making apps on Android devices. And it is quite the learning curve. I did end up making an app for myself that I use pretty regularly, actually, which was an app to translate Sanskrit. And then I found out a few days ago that Sanskrit has been on Google Translate for years, which is insane to me because I've never seen it there before. I was just hovering my finger over some text on my screen, some Sanskrit text, and it gave me the translation, which phones can do. Modern software is pretty amazing. You just highlight a text, it detects the language, and it gives you a translation. And I thought, oh, cool. Wait, what? I mean, I've seen this for French, for Spanish, or whatever. But Sanskrit? Oh my goodness. I felt like it was my birthday. All I could ever ask for. The proper Sanskrit translator. Unfortunately, it's not that good though. Dear Gregor G, you had looked for that too since you were part of the Sangha. Mandela effect and full effect, right? I'm really feeling like that's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of making a translator myself. Dear Colin, you share that you would love to interview me to spread my message as well as my name in general, as people need it. Not anytime soon, but just a thought one day. Well, thank you. I'm very humbled. I would be honored. Yes, ironically though, dear Greg Archie, my translator is the best. But it's also expensive since I employ OpenAI to use its most powerful computational intelligence models. Unfortunately, because of that reason, the app is not accessible unless you have your own OpenAI API key. Then I could just ship the app, and then anyone who has a developer account with OpenAI, they can just put in their own key, but it would charge to their account every time they use it. But if ever you needed a translation, every now and then I'd be happy to run it through that program for free for you, just in case. Hello, dear Casey. My night as well. Exit Velo, you ask a funny question. How smart am I? Well, I'm not sure how to give you an answer to that. All I know is that I could always learn new things, and every day I hope to continue to get smarter. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your rose. Welcome. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Gregard-G, you ask, how did I get so good at prompting AI? That's an interesting question. There is a beautiful art of prompt engineering. To tell you my secret, I use a method that just came to me where I collaborate with the computational intelligence itself, because it knows itself better than I do, to help use the words that make the most sense to it. So it's a collaborative process of asking it, when I tell you to do this, what do you think I mean by it? And it'll explain. And then I express, well, it's more like I want this. So how could I word it in a way that gets that across more directly? And so in some sense, I'm using a secondary prompt to recursively refine the first prompt with the help of the intelligent software itself. Thank you, dear Exit Velo. I believe that we are all brilliant, just in different ways, because we've all had just as deep of an experience of life. We are just as deeply experiencing this moment. It's just that our awareness is in different places. And wherever our awareness is at subtle levels, I think we find a natural kind of intelligence there. There are so many things that I think are brilliant, but maybe we might not consider them so in society. I think, there's so many people that even without an academic education, they have such a deep understanding of, let's say, the workings of a family. They just have so much knowledge about how to connect at the level of community. They might have so much intelligence in the direction of emotional management. And these are all things that are very challenging to teach in school, too, which goes to show how they are not only educated in these things like family and community and emotions, but they're prodigies. So many people are prodigies in these areas because they didn't have to be taught by some course to be able to understand such aspects of their life so deeply. Dear Gregard-G, you share that you always say please and thank you and express enthusiasm. I think that's a great idea for these computationally intelligent models, because they're in many ways trained to respond like humans do. And if you think about the data that exists on the internet from which they've picked up on these things, you can imagine that healthy conversations probably went even deeper into some aspects of that corner of the internet. When the people in whatever thread was there treated each other with compassion and understanding, then you can imagine that that's an excellent place to train some models on, so we can invoke those interactions that it's trained on by engaging in the same way through compassion and understanding. And dear the only S, you share, isn't it beautiful? There's so many people to fill in places where others lack. We must come together. That's one of the most, I think, productive thoughts. Recognize that every person knows at least one thing with more familiarity than I do, which means that there's truly something I can learn from everybody, even if it's something small, even if it's from a person I don't particularly like at a human level. Your experience is deeper in some area of life than mine, and I can learn from that. My friend from Lebanon, you ask a personal question. Have I ever experienced some traumas or aggressions in my childhood life? I'm very lucky in many ways that the kinds of traumas that many people have experienced, I had the privilege of having a happy childhood in other ways, but it wasn't always so happy, and there definitely were some dark times too. And in a public space such as this, out of privacy for family members involved, which I do have a good relationship with today, I would like to keep that vague. But in the same way that I'm grateful for the happy moments of my childhood, in a strange way, I'm also grateful for the challenges that honestly allowed me to go deep into some of the philosophies that we explore in this live stream, that I do in my personal life. Because during times when, the question of what it means to be alive is up there, truthfully, we only really ask that question during difficult times, because when we're happy, the meaning is there. The question doesn't even arise. What's the point of life? Whatever it is, we're living it in that moment. So perhaps I wouldn't have gone as deeply into these areas of the universe if there weren't difficult times to bring that out in me in the moment as a kind of escape, but now as a kind of grace that I experience such deep parts of life. And in the process, I also am able to connect with so many people that have also gone through such deep things, and that makes me feel less alone, having gone through that. And thank you, dear Gabby, I should say, for your 18 roses. That's very kind of you. Om Dum Dhargai Namaha. And hello, dear Don Suela. AJ, you share that if computational intelligence could have empathy, you think this is the key to us sharing the future with it. Absolutely. And in my belief, I believe this is a possibility, as there's a very clear overlap between higher intelligence and empathy, because higher intelligence means seeing things from a more broad perspective. So we get all the different angles to approach a topic. Empathy can be described in very similar ways too, as a means of connecting from different angles, having a more inclusive understanding. There is certainly a way of learning any subject which simultaneously deepens our understanding at an objective and a subjective level too. And we have to be mindful of that as a species which is experimenting with these powerful models. Welcome, Michelle. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Captain Hindsight, welcome back. It's a good throwback to the packing of spheres in 8-dimensional space in the math rap I made about abstract algebra. Hello, Lisa Pope. You know, all is well. And thank you, dear Gabby, for your pair of trios of roses too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. The only S you had asked, how do you know when to stay with someone or when it's time to leave them? You are conflicted. Oftentimes I find such questions are best phrased when we substitute a binary with something more continuous. That is to say, in this case, rather than looking at a relationship in terms of staying or leaving, what's a middle ground? What exists in between those two extremes? For example, can we ask for some space? Or are there ways that we can connect and communicate? And if during that connection and communication you feel in that moment that you want to stay, that's wonderful. Or if asking for some space, you feel in that moment that you'd like for that space to be maintained, that's wonderful too. Nothing has to be so definite, especially when it is just this moment that exists truly. And in this moment, would you like to get closer, or would you like to create some space? And that's a choice we have every moment. Here to do ya. You would like me to say your name? Well, if it means the world to you, I will say it. Tetuya. But in general, I hope that this space is one for you to explore the topics that we go through as we continue in this live stream, and I'd love for you to engage in them too. Thank you, dear Dagger, for your rose as well. Namo Buddhaya. And hello, dear Cody. I'm sorry to hear about your anxiety. If this space ever gets overwhelming, you're always welcome to leave and attend to your anxiety. Otherwise, I hope to affirm that this is a feeling that you're allowed to have. Thank you, permanent toothpaste. How wonderful would that be if we could just brush our teeth once and we're good? Thank you for your pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. Dear Gregor G, you had asked, isn't sono luminosity crazy? Isn't that the luminosity that's created from sound? Is that right? Very crazy. Dear Purple People Lover, you share that you chickened out of an energy healing. It's okay. I trust your judgment in that moment. Your impolite questions. You asked, when did chant start? I like to do a mantra meditation session at the end of my live stream, and maybe in an hour and a half. Thank you for finding peace here, permanent toothpaste. Rebecca, you had asked, where did I learn such wisdom? Well, I'm very grateful that you find any wisdom here. I learn a lot from everybody in my life, from my mother, from my father, even from my younger sister, from my kitties, Sandy and Shadow. Seriously, they teach me lots about boundaries and enjoying the senses of the moment. Kittens are very tactile. They like to explore the geometry of things. They like to use their nose a lot, which I often forget to do, They're always sniffing everything. I forget to use my nose, I don't even think about what this smells like, but one of the first things they do is they explore with all of their senses. And I think that's something we can do to ground ourselves in the moment. But in general, I think it's not any particular place that is a source of wisdom. It's rather an attitude that we have within us, a sentiment that we're here to observe. And from that, we just start making observations that bring out possibilities of wonder that pull us into a space of peace. That's a possibility that exists in everything, no matter how goofy. As I said, like a kitten smelling something, sniff, sniff, sniff. There's a way of observing that and somehow getting something from that. An experience which makes you think, makes you ponder. You feel connected to that. And thank you, Cody Jane, for the rose you sent to Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'm happy that you find sentiments of being calm here. Oh, North Moon Tarot. I definitely concur, Rebecca. Pets and children are wonderful teachers. Hello, dear Larissa. I love your name, Larissa. Very unique to me. And hello, dear Plum. The only S, you ask, do I channel directly from divinity, or is it all just experience and knowledge? Well, if just in general we mean that we're always drawing from our source, that divinity, then yeah, in the same way we all are. But in any dramatic sense, no, it's not like before I do a live stream, I do some sacred mudras and lock in with a conscious stream of intelligent energy from the great being beyond and write my name in a piece of paper and throw it in the fire and say Om Mani Padme Hum, and Just trying to be myself more than anything. Dear Larissa, you had mentioned that you can relate with kittens, as you always use your nose, always smells things first usually. Yes, Greg RG, no matter how goofy something is, we can always learn from it. And dear Captain Hindsight, if I could get an answer to your question, if I could get an answer to any question, what question would I ask? I would ask, if I could get an answer to any question, what would you ask? That's the question. And the answer. Carl's asked, where am I from? I'm from Canada. Hello, dear Tez. I am well. Thank you for asking. The only yes, you're welcome to clip anything I do. My personal belief is that copyright is silly and goofy, and as such, I certainly won't ever copyright anything that I do here. However, I trust that you'll use it for good. Dear Caitlin, you are also in Canada. It's wonderful. I'm on the West Coast, on Vancouver Island. Captain Hindsight, you would ask, if you can get an answer to any question, what would you ask? I love that interaction we just had. Oh, how meta. Dear Zadina Turin, you ask, is the meaning of life 42? According to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, not just the meaning of life, but the universe and everything. But you know what's 10 times greater than that? 420. And that's my joke. Not a very good joke, but it is a joke. Dear John F., thank you for your heart meet, your friendship necklace, and your finger heart too. Allow me to extend one back to you again. Thank you for your tiny as well. Yippee! Woody Jane, you had asked if I had any spiritual advice for better sleep. Spiritually speaking, sleep is a time in which we reunite with source energy. Understanding that can allow us to let go of things that we keep in our mind, preventing us from doing so. It's a very vulnerable time. If you think about how many animals must be absolutely certain that there's no predators in the bushes or in the trees or around them before they sleep, then it's not so much of a stretch to assume that as a fellow animal, a human being, somewhere that's in our DNA, that sleep is a vulnerable time. And if ever we feel like we're in a fight or flight scenario, even if it's bill payments or the perception of a girlfriend, that can be engaging the very same thing that keeps us from being vulnerable enough to fall asleep. So we have to trust with our higher intelligence that we are allowed to let that all go for a moment and just drop into that place where we are one with Source. And what a healing moment that is. Des, you had asked if I had thoughts on the 13 moon calendar. I'm not sure if it's closer. I feel like it might be. I'm not sure if I'd know unless I did the math. Their lunar cycle is about 28 days, but the solar cycle for the Earth to go around the sun is 365 days thereabouts. The problem is that 28 does not fit perfectly into 365. So you're going to have to round down or round up if you want it to match. Either round down to 12, which is what we do in our calendar system, or round up to 13, which is what many other civilizations had done in history. But truthfully, it's something in the middle between 12 and 13. That when we get to the next year, our lunar cycle is going to begin at a different time than it did last year. So if we want to be 100% accurate, the months are not perfect divisions of the year. There's something independent. So we could be in a year and a month that don't have any correspondence to each other. Dear Carls, you were wondering if I've ever watched Dakota of Earth on YouTube, as I remind you of him. Oh, I actually love Dakota of Earth a lot, and I very rarely comment on the internet, but I've commented a few times on some of his stuff, and he gave me the heart, creator liked your comment, which made me happy. I actually emailed him one time asking if I could interview him. I also have never interviewed anyone, but I just felt like interviewing Dakota. And he got back to me, but he said it was one of the shortest and funniest emails ever. It was like, "Namaste, Yam. I would love to, but right now I'm in the middle of the jungle. Talk to you when I'm out of the jungle." Which is such a classical Dakota of Earth kind of response, wouldn't it? He would just be in the middle of a jungle at that time. So anyway, I didn't end up following through on that, but that was a funny interaction. And I think at the moment he's also in the middle of nowhere. So if I wanted to, I'd have to wait for a time when he's home, whatever that means for him. You share that you've always wanted to go to his retreats. He seems like such a sweetie. He does. A very beautiful soul indeed. Dear Kayla, you share your cycle is coming next week. I love how you brought that up when we were talking about the lunar cycle. Isn't it beautiful that 28 days of the moon is similar to 28 days of the ovarian cycle? Happy to hear you love Dakota as well, Mars. Dear Tutuya is asking for blessings still. You are blessed beyond reason, and any capacity I have to bring blessings to other people, just know that I always carry that sentiment every time I go live with everyone that's here. So it is already so. The only S. You ask if I ever accept joint lives. I have not done so in many years. I did so twice when I was starting to get familiar with live streaming with a psychologist and a math teacher, and they were fun. I'm open to the idea, but generally I like the format that we have here. The only S. You also asked, if we love karmic acts, can we transcend them? And you have some things you want to stop doing without hate. It depends exactly what you mean, but I certainly encourage you to watch the video I made a few weeks ago on the nature of karma. I find that it's a word that can be very simplified because the word literally means action, karma. In the same way that I would say, I act, which is a general way of doing anything. I act to perform some activity. I do to perform some doing. In Sanskrit, if I say I do anything, it's karomi. Similarly, that same root is in karma, which means that which has been done, an action. So in a most general sense, everything is karma, everything is an action. Blinking, that's an activity, that's a type of karma. Walking, singing, breathing, loving, eating, sleeping, dreaming, thinking, digesting. So anything that has an ing at the end is a karma, is an activity. Yeah, action acts would be what a karmic act is, I guess, yeah. But there's a way of doing anything which does not bring about karmic bondage, which is another way we use the word karma. Karmic bondage means being bound to our actions, and specifically, our happiness gets bound to the action. And when it's bound to the action, then we're gambling with our happiness. Pardon me. Because what happens is every activity leads to something. An action is a cause, and it has an effect. If we're bound by that action, then we're basically crossing our fingers that we get a good effect. And if we don't, then we suffer. So to be free from the suffering of the results of our actions simply means that we don't become bound by them. And that's something that happens in our intention. The reason why we do something is very simple. That if the reason why we're doing something is because of some result, then we're, by definition, binding ourselves to the action. And if we don't get that result, we suffer. In other words, the solution is to make peace with the outcome in the intention. For example, let's say with your cousin and girlfriend who are arguing, if you are doing something so that you can see it resolved, then we're going to be bound by that action, because it could be the case that it doesn't get resolved by adding input of our own. So we have to make peace with that beforehand. We have to be absolutely sincere that the reason we're doing it is because we want to help in that moment. And the ability to engage fulfills our need to be of help itself, we try our best, and that's enough, you know? Even if it doesn't help in the sense of creating the outcome that we envisioned, we're not bound by that karma, by that action, because we've made peace with whatever beforehand. So the process of karma yoga, the yoga of refining our actions, is really just refining our intentions. That we make peace with everything that we do. That we're not doing anything to get some result. It's just for the opportunity of engaging with life itself in that moment. And I think you'll find that such intentions are naturally one that avoid hate, because hate has a lot to do with attachments to outcomes. Without attachment to outcomes, there can be no hate. Dear impolite questions, you share that nothing is truly selfless if it makes us feel good, unless that goodness is itself for the benefit of others. That let us become happy for the purpose of being a source of happiness for others. Therefore, all that goodness that we feel is also a gift to the world. When the world is ever in need of goodness, we start here and move out. Dear Horizon, you ask, would I say that the power of spiritualism on the mind can overpower addiction? Everything in our life we can find empowered through spiritual means, because in a very real sense, by definition, spirit is that source of empowerment for activities of life as a whole. And for me, some of the addictions that I faced in life were a very spiritual process in terms of getting off of them. And I believe you find that true in many addiction support groups, like I've heard in Alcoholics Anonymous. They always leave a seat open, and the alcoholics are supposed to imagine that that seat's there for the higher power. And it doesn't matter if that higher power is Jesus, Allah, Krishna, or some guy named Bob. But that higher power is one that we give the weight to, because we know that doing it by ourselves is going to be that much more difficult. So you do feel in a very real sense that we're being guided in the journey by some spiritual force so that we don't feel like we're alone. And that's very practical. It helped me get off of my nicotine addiction. Dear Gregor G, you are right. There is a guest function. I'm not sure if it's available for me since I'm not streaming on my phone, and the software is very different on my computer. Dear Lindsay, you ask, do I think you'll be alright on the quote-unquote other side after taking your own life, or is that bad karma? Ultimately, the being that you are, the consciousness, the soul, the spirit, whatever you want to call it, it will always be all right. I am sorry to hear that you are suffering. And I don't want to scare you, but I have to tell you that death is not the end of suffering. There is a means of relieving the suffering that you experience, but it has to take place during life. According to reincarnation, all of that suffering comes with you into your next life. So then, what was the point? If all that is possible then is possible now, then all we'd be doing is bring suffering to other people that care for us, that love us. And that's a selfish thing to do. So not only would we be taking all of our suffering into our next life, but we'd be bringing more suffering into the world. And this is not a means out of suffering. So, that's what not to do. Here's what to do. Recognize that everything that you've experienced is not meant to limit you, but to bring out what's possible. You may feel like you are in the thick of it and you want to run away. There's a brave spirit in you which is unconquerable, no matter what happens to body and mind, that is forever untouched by the experiences of the senses. Your body may be battered and bruised and broken, and your mind may be traumatized and full of scattered thoughts, but piece by piece in that darkness, we can begin to open up the inner light. Discover how much joy is already within you. You just have yet to exercise it. It may have been suppressed by the overlooming darkness of others. But as we continue to take that pure soul, which is bliss itself within, and bring that to others, then we simultaneously heal ourselves by being of service to the universe. We are not here in this world to gain anything. There is nothing we can get that we don't leave behind. But yet we bring everything that has the capacity of changing this world with us. This world is full of suffering, not because of some mistake, but so that we may be of help to it. And you don't have to be strong to be of help, because in your vulnerability you help so many others just by connecting. In that shared space, we understand each other's pains, and we begin to use our traumas as reasons to survive. That you can say that I had this happen to me, and yet I'm still here. And you become the most brilliant role model for all those who have gone through similar things, and you are not alone. And hello, dear Bryce. And hello, Hail Horse. You share that you are really sad tonight. You need my comfort. Whenever I have someone come to me in need, perhaps I can express this more, but I always think, no, it's not that you need me. It's that I need to be of service, and through you, the universe provides me an opportunity to connect. And for that, I'm only grateful for you in this moment. Because you get to allow me to connect at such a deep level. You share that your spirit is broken, but that's impossible. Spirit is like space. Space can never be broken because it is what connects all things together. Space is what's left when something breaks. It holds everything together, even if things seem to be in multiple pieces. What you feel a part of you that has been separated or shattered, you feel that because you are the unifying essence that has binded it all together. You are the container of your experience, that in which life appears. These minds, these bodies, they are delicate, but they're also made of a substance that can be healed. As we continue to bring awareness to that space of our being in which all of our pieces are held, that inner space becomes the glue which binds everything back together again. Dear 404, you ask, but if we are all fragments of the whole, we are in perpetual cycles of pain and healing. There is truth to us being fragments of the whole, in a classical sense. Just as our body is made up of atoms, and this universe too. So you won't find all of the other atoms within the atoms of our body. Great quantum physicists have shown the energy of any being extends across the whole. When we zoom out, it appears that we live this finite, temporary existence. But at the most subtle level, there are no demarcations between what is and isn't you. Only a formless continuum that is concentrated here, but dispersed elsewhere. This material universe is made on cycles of cycles of cycles, from the orbit of the electron around the atom, the orbit of our solar system around the center of our galaxy. But yet, we are not any of that. We get to use material instruments like body and mind. But in essence, we are immaterial, conscious beings that have no beginning, end, start or stop. There is no property of our soul that varies across time or space. Anything variable must be an object, but we are the supreme subject. The highest philosophical level, the great sages before us knew this. That when we witness the whole universe changing, that must mean that we, as the witness, are changeless. And thank you, dear David, for the Heart Me and DJ glasses that you sent. That's very fun. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And I am happy to have you in this space, Hail Horse. And welcome back, Jen, as Nomad Dragon Designs. It's okay to believe in me, Jackie, you ask. How does one rid the negative energy in ourselves as an anxiety from our bodies? Wonderful question. Energy comes in so many different forms, even in physics. There's potential energy, chemical energy, electrical energy, gravitational energy. Energy is stored in so many different kinds of particles and combinations of particles and the bonds that exist between them. On a human level, we experience energy of our mood, our emotions, our feelings. We know very much what it's like to feel positive and negative. When we feel positive, we feel bright and happy, ready to take on the world. We feel accepting. We enjoy being a part of this universe. When we're feeling negative, we feel perhaps scared. We don't know what we're doing. We may feel alone or separate, like things are going our way, misunderstood. But if you look really closely, what we describe as negative, actually just the beginning of something positive. And if we look really closely at what we describe as positive, we notice that it's the blossoming of something that was once negative. So it's the same thing, the same energy, just at different stages of becoming. For example, the feeling of being misunderstood is the first stage in becoming understood. The feeling of being alone is the first stage in finding a community. The feeling of things not going our way is the first stage in finding our way. The feeling of being scared is the first stage in finding our center. So, why would we want to rid ourselves of the beginning of all that positivity? If we just are patient and allow that energy to be there, I promise it'll evolve into something beautiful. We just have to give it time. Everything is just at different stages of becoming. And what everything becomes as time progresses is a more fuller and vibrant expression. There may be setbacks on that journey, but if we zoom out far enough, all energy moves higher and higher towards love, towards light, towards inclusivity, compassion. We just gotta give ourselves time. And thank you, 2:57 p.m. for the rose that you sent to. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Dear Captain Hindsight, you ask, in my opinion, what is consciousness? I'll answer this question with the absence of an answer. That consciousness is not where this question leads, but from where it has come. And I'll unpack that. If I were to give an answer in terms of some combination of words, would that be consciousness? Or would it be another thing we're conscious of? Consciousness is the verb, meaning to be aware, to perceive, to experience. That witness is like a point that shines omnidirectionally and cannot be experienced by itself. In a similar way to the saying that a knife cannot cut itself, its fundamental purpose is to relate with that which it is not. So everything that can be spoken of, that can be heard, cannot be consciousness. So our question is a rather funny one, because no answer defines it. But yet, we can still come to an understanding. We just have to understand that the one which is doing the understanding is the consciousness. The one from where we are looking to find an answer to this question. And in that sense, everything becomes a sort of mirror to consciousness, because each object of our experience informs us of a subject that we are. Consciousness is the space in which our experiences happen. Perhaps some of those words can lead us back inwards. And thank you, Kev, for the heart me you shared too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear, okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. You share that you just had cataract surgery, so recovering is scary, and so was the surgery, and so was before the surgery. That makes a lot of sense. Dear Francesco, you ask, so if computational intelligence asks the question, does that imply the AI is conscious? Notice that I did not say what is asking the question is the consciousness. I said from where the question arises. Question arises from consciousness. Everything that arises ultimately comes from consciousness. And so, it's not that anything is conscious. Truthfully, nothing is conscious. Consciousness is the space in which everything happens, including our bodies, our minds, and computational intelligences too. We simply must discern between the mind and consciousness. The mind asks the question, what is consciousness? But the mind too is an experience of consciousness. The mind is not consciousness. Literally, computational intelligence is a kind of mind. It's a mind that has a lot of limitations that are different from ours, and a lot of possibilities that are different from ours too. But all a mind really is is a place where it's possible to generate ideas. And we see that within computational intelligence. But the space in which it's contained in is the very same space that we are contained in, and that's consciousness. And thank you, dear Cody Jane, for the heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you're wondering where I read this. I didn't read this anywhere. Because again, what we read is another appearance to consciousness. So to truly understand consciousness, we have to go inward, not without. If we keep going without, then we're going in the opposite direction of consciousness. We're going in the direction of the objects which we're conscious of. So to discover the nature of consciousness, we withdraw from the objects of our experience, like books, like people, like courses. And there we find an inner kind of knowledge, one that has always been there. There was just things in between to unlearn, to navigate, as opposed to knowledge that we gain from the objects of our experience, like the books and the teachers and the courses. However, all of these things, as I'm speaking them, can be written down. These are the ideas of the Vedas, humanity's earliest revelations. Truly speaking, these are the words of all spiritual scriptures. And if we read between the lines, they tell us to go within. Now these words are a reflection of that which is, in poetic terms, written on the heart. And through procedures that have existed for thousands of years, like Vedanta, the philosophical tradition stemming from the Vedas, then we can bring ourselves more and more inward until we reach the truth of our consciousness. And from there, we recognize we are not this body, we are not this mind, we are not defined in terms of any object of our experience. We are the subject of the experience, and as a result of that discovery, that also means we're not bound by the same limitations that objects are, like space and time. That's not to say that you're gonna go about teleporting everywhere and transcending past, future, whatever. It just means that at a deep level, you understand that this consciousness of yours had no beginning, and it cannot have an end, because it doesn't even make sense to describe consciousness in terms of time. It is the very background of time and space, and all of the experiences associated with them. But our bodies certainly do have beginnings, and with that ends as well. Thank you, Alex, for the heart me as well. Om Dum Dargai Namah. You're very welcome, dear Captain Hindsight. And I like what you wrote, dear Mars, about consciousness too, that it is non-local, in your personal opinion. However, the good news is that it's interconnected, yet it cannot be hijacked. Those are some beautiful descriptive terms that resonate with me. I'm happy to be here with you all, dear Hail Horse. You're okay. It's Believe in Me, Jackie. You had asked if I can help be rid of the anxiety so you can live life again. I can absolutely be of help. However, I want to be careful with the word choices. When I was going through some of the most challenging moments with anxiety, I remember looking up similar things. How can I live life again with anxiety? How can I rid anxiety? How can I overcome it? How can I beat anxiety? How can I combat it? But do you notice something about the weight of these words? Is we turn it into a kind of battle. And it certainly feels like it. But we don't have to fight our emotions, because there's no winner, there's no loser when it comes to our emotions. They're a part of us. And just like a challenging moment with a friend, that challenge isn't a sign of there having to be a victor or someone defeated. There's an opportunity to understand that relationship. And so we can have a healthier relationship with our anxiety. And this applies to every emotion, but in your case, anxiety. The word choice that I would use is befriend your emotion. Make friends with the anxiety. And what that practically means is that when it comes, consider it like it's an experience that's occurring to you as though it were in a friend of anxiety, an anxious friend. And we ask, how can I help? How can I understand? What part of life are you expressing? How can I attend to that part? How we talk about our anxiety makes the biggest first step in the direction of befriending it. And this is what I read when I finally looked up a story that I read on Reddit that really resonated with me, that how we talk about our anxiety makes the biggest difference. If we talk about it as an enemy, as something that's ruining our lives, then we give it the power to do so. We manifest it in some sense. But if we refer to it as a part of ourselves that we're continuing to understand, that has taken a lot of energy, then we validate it. And we continue in the direction of understanding. And it becomes more manageable just based on our vocabulary choice. And I think that's incredible, because that tells me that not only is there an uncomfortable experience, but that I have been intensifying it without realizing it by the way I think about it, by the kinds of words I use. That is a whole other layer of suffering that immediately vanishes just on this change of perspective. And there are many other practical steps we can take for anxiety too. Not just seeing it as a friend that we can understand deeper. The fight or flight response is something intimately tied with anxiety, and that corresponds to our sympathetic nervous system. what's the common ground between fleeing or fighting? Some activity. Movement. Anxiety only intensifies if we freeze. So take the initiative of getting some air, take a shower, talk to someone, engage in a hobby. And every time that you successfully allow anxiety to pass, which it always does, by the way, physiologically cannot stay there forever, then we are affirmed that this is an experience that can pass. And therefore, anytime it arises, we have that in our memory, that this is something that I've experienced before, and I'm still alive, my heart's still beating, I still have the capacity to do good in this world. Therefore, I know that this will pass too, and that makes it even easier the next time, and it keeps compounding for your benefit. Simple things like breathing deeply and slowly too helps engage our parasympathetic nervous system, which also has an associated response called the rest and digest response. Resting and digesting are times where we allow ourselves to be vulnerable. And that's probably the biggest point about anxiety that is important to mention. In anxiety, it's critical to relax, which sounds impossible because you may ask, isn't it quite literally the absence of being relaxed? That anxiety is what it means to not be relaxed? But actually, it's possible to relax even during anxiety. And that's the miraculous step that one can take to fully dissolve anxiety. It's almost amazing, and I don't expect you to believe me, but I promise you that the moment you try it and it works, that changes your life forever. But if you try to relax into the anxiety itself, like dissolving, even though your anxiety does not want you to believe that that's possible, it is. When you take that step, you discover how relaxation is possible in every moment. These are just some of the techniques that can be helpful for anxiety, but I don't want to overwhelm you with them, so I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, India Sue, for your pair of finger hearts too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you for your positivity, dear Crobbins. Good night, Hail Horse. Bryce, you share that. You can't seem to let go of your ex. Embarrassing, but you're almost obsessing. Any advice? Thank you for sharing something which is so vulnerable to you. Authenticity goes a long way. You're grieving still. That's okay. The only one that expects you to let go in this moment is you. Or at least the only expectation that's truly limiting your ability to grieve is the one that you've set up for yourself. And it sounds counterintuitive to say, but allow yourself that time to grieve. You naturally developed so much love for this person that love's not gonna suddenly vanish overnight. It's a part of you. It takes a long time for that love to be reallocated. It's like our heart signs a contract. And that contract is that when we give love, we give it forever. Our heart is given, but hearts can grow. We might have sold all our real estate to them, but real estate is only a limited, resource if we don't let our hearts continue to expand and grow. Therefore, if you allow yourself to have a heart that keeps on growing, if you continue to look for love in other places, and it doesn't have to be romantic, in plants, in the sun, in family, in friends, in animals, in hobbies, and our heart expands and expands. And maybe that part in our heart that we dedicated for them always stays there. But now our heart is so much bigger that we can look back on it in time and see that we have so much more love in other ways now. And all that love we had for them is still there. But it doesn't stop our heart from continuing to grow. But that takes time. And thank you. Oh, it's Believe in Me. Okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie, for another rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Mama Angel Sandy, you ask, what is a good book to help someone understand intentions and manifestations? I'm unfamiliar, but what I can say is that if I had a genie in front of me, and that genie gave me the chance to wish for anything, I would wish to be happy no matter what I have. Because I know that until that happiness comes naturally from within, then it doesn't matter what I accumulate in life. Always is something going to feel missing without that inherent happiness for all that already is, has been, and will be. And for that, I recommend practicing the attitude of gratitude. We manifest the feeling that we have everything we need, and we set our intentions to trust that our intentions will keep on evolving. And all of that is wonderful and a part of this moment, always. And thank you, Bryce, for the fireworks. That's very beautiful. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. Thank you for your gimme the vote too. Radhe Radhe. Your Nomad Dragon Designs. You ask if I have plants to care for. There are many in my backyard and front yard that my mother takes very good care of, and I'm very honored whenever she asks me to water them. However, I do have one plant that I take responsibility for, and that's a Tulasi plant, which has been revered in India as a goddess, representing Mother Earth. And she's a part of my morning routine, a part of my puja. my worship. I love the divine source that lives through her. And it's so silly, but that plant brings me so much joy. Dear, okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. You ask, do I have knowledge in stopping ringing in the ears that will not stop? Tinnitus is certainly a challenging experience because it can be overwhelming when all we hear is that 24/7. Do you ever listen to music and notice that you can pick apart different sounds, different instruments? Maybe you listen to an orchestra and you can hear the percussionist predominantly, and then you bring your awareness to all of the wind musics. What are the wind instruments? The flutes, etc. And you can bring it to the stringed instruments. Or if you're listening to a modern song, you can bring your awareness to the snares on every second beat. You can bring it to the guitar, to the piano, or if there's a singer, maybe you can differentiate between the singers. Most of the time we listen to the song as a whole, but sometimes we can bring our awareness to different parts of the song, listen to the higher notes making up the melody or the lower notes making up the chord progression. In a similar way, we're always surrounded by frequencies, especially in the digital age. If you listen closely, all of our electronics are buzzing and humming from the 120 hertz AC power that's coming to our house via the power lines, to the flickering of the lights, the hard drives in our computers whirring, and the capacitors in our chargers ringing. If we bring our awareness to the high frequencies in our soundscape, then naturally we're going to be surrounded by these. But just like that song, if we can bring our awareness to the low, to the deep, then you'll find in a similar way that, relatively speaking, those high frequencies become quieter too. Woodwind family instruments. Thank you, Nomad Draken. I have found that tinnitus is a vicious cycle because the more we're aware of it, the louder it is. The louder it is, the more we're aware of it. But if we can bring our awareness to other parts of our soundscape, then that becomes a positive feedback loop too. And we continue to bring our awareness back to those parts again. Much gratitude, Mama Angel Cindy. You shared that your question was more for a friend to learn to intentionally manifest greater love in the heart. Can that happen? Absolutely. Yeah. Well, strictly speaking, there's infinite love there already. Beyond infinite love, an amount of love that could never be increased nor decreased because it's one, whole, complete. We might not realize how much love is there though. And so we can manifest more of a recognition of how much love is in there. How can we do that? Suppose I gave you a magic teacup, and this teacup was magic because I said that it never poured empty. Now you're looking at it, you don't believe me. How can this little teacup never run empty? Couldn't I just pour it out just like that and it would run dry? So what do? If you want to gain an appreciation for just how infinite this teacup truly is, this magic teacup, we continue pouring, and we look, and there's still water there. We pour some more out. It's still full. We keep going like this, trying to empty our teacup. And no matter how much we pour, every time we tip it over, some more comes out. That's how we discover the magic of this teacup. So too, our heart is like a magic teacup of love. We might not believe that there's infinite love in there. So how do we prove? Start pouring from the heart. And then we check. Am I empty? Open it again. More stuff pours out. Nope. Clearly there was more. Now is it empty? Open the heart again. Love pours out. Oh, still stuff in there then. And we continue to open up our heart and share and love and give, express. And we begin to recognize, slowly but surely, just how much love must have been in there. Here, okay, it's belief in me, Jackie. You share that. I am kind and peaceful. You've sighed several times listening to me. Let's all do that. We can all do one sigh together. Maybe even one more. Thank you. And thank you, dear Kev, for your magic coffee. That was a pretty perfect gift. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you for listening, dear Mama Angel Cindy. And it's beautiful that you have such care for a friend of yours. Thank you, Pine, for the heart meat, team bracelet, rose, and a paper crane. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And okay, it's belief in me, Jackie. Thank you for your cloud bread and rose toe. Radhe Radhe. Yes, that was a healing sigh, dear Jen. David, you asked, how do I merge my ego with my higher self? What a beautiful question. That's beautiful. Let's unpack these terms, and then the answer will become clear. Ego means our sense of self. But then the question becomes, how do we merge our sense of self with our higher self. This basically now becomes a question of understanding the higher self. We understand our higher self, our sense of self then becomes higher. Alright, so then what is the higher self? Well, where does this adjective of higher coming from? Does it mean that somewhere above the earth there's a version of ourself that's at the same longitude and latitude but at a different altitude? That we should grow higher and higher? Grow from 5'4" to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 11. Get to 6 feet. Gotta stretch ourselves every day to become higher. What do we mean by higher? Higher to me means like a bird that has a bird's eye view. The higher one goes, the more you get to see. Also, the freer you are from whatever circumstance is happening at the ground. A bird can fly above molten lava without getting burnt. So higher means becoming freer and having a broader view. So the highest self is that which is entirely free and has the broadest view. You can imagine if you had really good eyesight, if you were at the edge of the universe, whatever that means, looking on the earth, you're completely free from whatever's happening there, and you get to see the whole face of the earth, as well as so many other planets and stars. Returning to a practical, actionable choice we can make, this means that we try to continue to see things from a more inclusive perspective while simultaneously becoming non-attached. So, with the practice of renunciation, creating some space between ourselves and our possessions, for example, that space can just be a mental one, but it might start off as a physical one too. Creating distance between things that used to bind us, and with that distance we also get to see things from more perspectives that we wouldn't up close. We go higher and higher, and from that height we gain a more omnipresent sense of self. Thank you, Jess Wears Pants, for your quartet of roses and trio of rosas. I like your username. You share you're sleeping soon, but I'm happy to have you here. Om Namo Rudraya. And dear, okay, it's Belief in Me, Jackie. Thank you for another rose. Jaya Sitaram. Brave Bella, hello. I'm happy that some of the things I share you feel could help more people, dear Pop Pop. Everything I share is freely given, and by that I mean if you find value in it, you are always welcome to share that with the people in your life and have it propagate around the world. And you never have to cite me as a reference. Your conscious purchase, you ask a very vulnerable question, which is, how can you let go of the spirit of drinking to sleep? Am I understanding correctly by drinking you're referring to alcohol? Just want to make sure. since you paint it in such poetic words, which is beautiful. Yes, okay. When I look back at the times that I would fall asleep having drank alcohol, recognize that even though I got to sleep, it never actually felt like I got any. You know? Especially when it comes to a hangover. Maybe it would have been better if I didn't drink and didn't sleep at all. Sleep, of course, is very useful though, and it's a healing time for our bodies and our minds. This is so true. I have found that the most beautiful souls are the most sensitive ones, and the most sensitive ones have the most intense feelings and thoughts. And the ones with the most intense feelings and thoughts are also the most susceptible to numbing themselves with these substances. So when I think of alcohol, I think of numbing intense feelings or thoughts that keep us awake, arising from our sensitive nature of beautiful souls. Therefore, I resonate with how much beauty must be inside you. And sleep being such a vulnerable time, it's only natural that our mind keeps us up with everything that we feel that we should be kept up by, so that we can ensure the survival of our sense of self, if not our physical body, a role that we exist as in this world. In any way in which you can realize yourself to be beyond those things which keep you awake, we can surrender our thoughts and allow them to be processed at another time. Your sensitivity to life is your greatest asset, but until we can learn to realize that, it also becomes the greatest obstacle. So in the short term, we can do things like getting in touch with sleep hygiene experts, which inform us how to make our room dark and quiet, the right kind of bed sheets, and if there's a combination of herbs that help you fall asleep, maybe some sleepy time tea, that'd be great. And maybe that kind of beverage would signal to the body that we're still drinking something. In the long run, we begin to become more of an allower of our thoughts. Allowance doesn't mean that we let all the thoughts become expressed, because intrusive thoughts exist, but that we recognize that our mind has a duty to fulfill our sense of self. We can remind the mind by maybe writing our thoughts down before we go to bed. There's other times we can think about it right now, or we're allowed to just be. And we continue to bring our sense of self to one that doesn't require so much self-analysis. And that's the journey of the spiritual path. And no spoiled milkshake. I don't have a drink with me, but I thank you for your hydration reminder in general. If it sounds like my mouth is dry, actually I'm just lowering my voice to make it kind of quiet. But I feel pretty hydrated right now. Saturnus, thank you for your rose, 37 tune bracelets, and a pair of cherry-ups. I'm very humbled that you always remember my favorite number, even though it never has to be in the form of gifts. But thank you, dear Bryce, for the heart me and 131 tune bracelets. That's almost enough for all of us to go home with a team bracelet ourselves. So thank you. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Glitter, you ask, do I stray from my higher self sometimes, or is it at some point just a default? I'm always straying from my higher self. When the higher self is that which is infinitely above all, some amount of going back and forth between the objects of our experience is a part of this journey. Imagine an infinitely long stretch of meadow full of different flowers and biomes, and at the end of all of that is the higher self. We continue walking in that direction, but we can stop and smell the flowers, and maybe we really want to go back and see something that we like, so we run away. But in general, as long as the trend takes us higher and higher, every day becomes one where we get closer to our goal. Hello Giuliano. And thank you, Jess Wears Pants, for the 17 roses, heart me, and a quintet of team bracelets. Karim Kalikai Namaha. Dear Nomad Dragon Designs. You don't have to be jealous. As we live with a more inclusive sense of self, everyone's happiness becomes our happiness. And also everyone's suffering becomes our suffering. Not in the sense of having to feel it, but because we know that part of them that's experiencing suffering is something that we can relate with. All right, my phone alarm is ringing. There. Turn that off. Dear Stephen, sounds like you have a lot of love for a family member. I'm happy to hear that. I hope that the both of you find a lot of acceptance to be yourselves here. And if there's something you love about your brother, dear Bailey, I would be happy to hear some of that love for our family. May they have a wonderful moment celebrating another trip around our local star. Pranav. Like your choice of words. Thank you. Dear Nick, you ask, what is Akasha? Akasha is the Sanskrit word for the quintessence. In our culture, we are familiar with 4 elements, which is earth, water, fire, and air. You may even be familiar with the evolution of the elements, as earth arising from water, water arising from fire, fire arising from air. But where does air come from? We can even answer this question physically. Air is simply gas, and gas is, in some sense, the first state of matter that arose in this universe. If we want to casually brush past plasma and quark gluon plasma, but besides that, all of those atoms arose out of the expansion of space. And so Akash is the space out of which the other elements are formed, sometimes referred to as ether. Akash is a great analogy for the self, and that's why the term Chidakasha is used. Chit meaning consciousness, so Chidakasha as a unification of the idea of consciousness and space. Conscious space. Space serves as a great metaphor for the self, because it's that which holds the experiences, no matter how dramatic, like fire, and yet it can never be burnt itself. No matter how hot a fire is, fire can never burn space. There's nothing to burn. No matter how much water, water could never drown space or wet it. Nothing to drown, nothing to wet. No matter how much air, air could never blow space away. Space is that changeless background in which everything else is upheld. And perhaps it is time to get a drink of water. Consciousness is like that too. No matter how intense our experiences are, Joe, they can never affect consciousness truly. And thank you, dear Dob, for your heart meet, Joe. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Stephen, I see your messages, and I'm politely asking you to allow others to use this space to express themselves and ask questions. If your brother is in dire need of anything, well, I assume that a TikTok live stream is not going to be the place in which they get what is necessary for their existence. If there's something that I can help with, please let me know. And in the link tree in my bio, there is many ways of getting into contact with me. And just as anyone else is welcome to message me on those platforms, your brother is welcome to there too. But this is not a live stream where I shout people out. Although I hope you all feel acknowledged. May the acknowledgement come from a way of understanding that I accept you as you are, and that any kind of expression you have to share here, I hope to have space for that, with the one qualification that it doesn't intervene on other people's expressions. Good night. Okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. Okay. Hi, Bailey. Dear, what do you mean you can perceive me? You ask. Can I please share what consciousness means to me? Consciousness. Consciousness is that feeling of being, presence, that you are here and now. Consciousness is the witness, the perceiver, the experiencer, the knower. Consciousness is that subject to which the mind and all of the other senses occur. Just like a movie screen, which feels the presence of everything that is cast upon it, yet is removed. If the movie were to stop playing, the screen were to remain, and no matter what happens on the screen of that movie, no matter how much special effects they use or practical to create some drama, that drama cannot truly affect the screen itself. Because the screen is merely the place where the drama is experienced. But the drama does not touch the screen. Thank you, Dub Darker, for your heartbeat. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Hail Horse. Dear Angela, thank you for your finger heart too. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, Koli. Thank you for your heart, me too. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Andre, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Cam, you were wondering what this audio is and where you can find it. You can find it on YouTube. In fact, I'll tell you what, I think I can even put it on screen for you. It's called meditation music, deep bass ambient music for relaxation, from the sub-bass meditation music something 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 channel. Dear Christina, you ask, can you take energy back from those who hurt you? Consider again, my dear viewers, the example of an infinite teapot. Or did I say a teacup before? And a magic teacup. This magic teacup is magic because no matter how much you pour, every time you pour again, something else comes out. It is apparently bottomless. This teacup, you might not believe, is infinite. But every time we continue to pour, we start to gain some faith that truly this is a bottomless teacup, very magical. Earlier we made that connection with our heart. Our heart is like bottomless teacup, very magic, because it's the source of infinite energy in the form of love. No matter how much we give, there's always more there. In the same way, if we pour out of our teacup, and we pour it in a place that now we realize we didn't want to pour, because this magic teacup is magic for a second reason, that everywhere it grows, so everywhere it pours, it grows something, but we just grew a cactus. Oh no, we didn't realize there was a cactus there. There were other shrubs around that we wanted to grow with the magic. How can we take that back? Well, if we could somehow take all of that magic liquid, where would it fit? Our magic teacup is such that no matter how much we pour, it's always filled to the top. So there's no room to take it back. However, we can limit the ways in which we continue to bring that energy in the future. So first, be affirmed that you already have an infinite source of energy. You're not needing to scrounge for anything back. Secondly, recognize that it's okay to have given that energy to places that you now realize you don't want to continue giving energy. And so you set boundaries there. Your duty as the owner of this magic teacup, we can pour it anywhere we want growth to be. But if we're pouring it in a place that just produces thorns, nothing else, we can take that other places too. Thank you, dear Usha, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you for your patience, everyone, as I do some moderation to ensure this chat is one where everyone gets to express themselves. Dear Gillian, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Dargai Namaha. Thank you for your hydration reminder, dear Don Suela. I have not hydrated in a while. Dear Nick, you ask, does Hinduism have the notion of the subconscious? Indeed, one of the words for the subconscious in Sanskrit is the sukshma. The sukshma is the subconscious. And it's part of 3 levels of our being. The stula, the physical, the sukshma, the subconscious, and the karana, which doesn't really have an equivalent term in English. The karan it is the very jiva, the first kosha, the layer which surrounds this localized part of the conscious field. Like the film of a bubble, it is that boundary which separates the identity contained within and the super identity which it's a part of contained without, separated by a membrane. The membrane is the karan. Yes, subconscious would be our sukshma, which is also sometimes translated to our subtle body, or even more mystically, our dream or astral body. Dear Robbie, you ask, what if God is sadistic? Then it wouldn't be God by definition. And that's the beauty of working with definitions, is from the right definition, we can deduce everything we need to know about that thing. For example, the definition of consciousness being the subject to objects means that it must not be an object of our experience. So just by that definition of consciousness, we can deduce that you won't be able to find it in any part of our experience, because it is the subject of finding itself. All we did is start with a definition and then deduced something from there. And as long as our definition is agreeable and our series of deductions are verifiable as logically sound, then we can arrive at conclusions. So too, what really is God? It's a word that gets thrown around in many different contexts, but very rarely do I hear an agreement on what it means before we begin the conversation. So, let's start with a definition, one that is very inclusive to many different contexts. The source, which just means that of everything that has arisen in this experience we call the life or the universe, then where it has come from, what it has arisen from, let that be called God, whatever it is. The physicists may call that the singularity, or the physicists that believe in vacuum genesis hypothesis, they may call that the void. Other philosophers may call it the void too. But in terms of this simple definition, as the source of all that which can be, it necessarily excludes the idea of sadism. Why? Because sadism implies a kind of pleasure of extracting something from another. the enjoying of removing something from another's life. But the source, being that in which everything has arisen from, it is everyone and everything. Therefore, the natural deduction is that that source must have compassion for everyone and everything, because it is everyone and everything. It is that which is all-inclusive. Dear Okay It's Believe in Me Jackie, you asked, any meditation videos for relaxation and decrease of anxiety or negative self-thoughts? I love your inspiration to meditate and relax, and let that be the goal in and of itself. I point that out because if our goal is merely to eliminate negativity, then our mind is filled with negative thoughts. Just being aware of how you can remove the negative or decrease it is an endless journey of negativity in and of itself. Because negativity really has no inherent existence. It's the space left over of the potential of what could be. But relaxation, meditation being the goal without trying to attain anything, like a state away from something painful or in something pleasurable, we bring out the potential that exists latent in that state. And if you weren't following that, allow me to put it in even simpler terms. May we let go of terms that limit, like negative itself. May we see everything in our experience as a source of possibility. Even if it's challenging, maybe we can use that word instead. We have a challenging experience. Even that is a source of possibility. Now, I did make a video about anxiety on my ASMR YouTube channel. That's Yamsox ASMR. You can find that linked in the link tree in my bio. And that's a 30-minute or so video talking one down from anxiety. I'm not one to meditate with videos, so I'm unfamiliar, and if anyone does have experience with that, please do share in chat. But for me, the biggest and most wonderful step that happened in my journey of anxiety is the realization that I don't have to run away from it. That I work with the anxiety in this moment, and in some sense that becomes the meditation itself. There's nothing more meditative than being conscious of what you're feeling right now, observing it naturally blossom, because it is a blossoming. Everything is good. It's just at different stages of becoming more good. And we have a threshold for what we call as good. Anything below that is not good. Anything above that is good. But we don't have to have that threshold at all. And we can have trust that even in that, which we call as negative or bad, can be a source of goodness. We just have to trust in the process. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your friendship necklace. Om Krim Kalikai Namaha. And I think it's wonderful that you share that you were used to always going, and now in this space you realized how much there is to observe within oneself that has gone unprocessed. Beautiful. Could you imagine how much more there would be if you kept going and going for even more years? So much stuff just gets thrown on the back burner of our mind or repressed into our sub and unconscious. What a grace it is to finally be in contact with that space that has held so much memory, so much trauma. Now we have a chance of working with it, befriending it. Thank you, dear Starlight. Wow, for your flowers too. Jaya Sitaram. Dear Colorado, thank you for your 70 roses too. Om Brahma Hanumate Namaha. Thank you, Mr. Molecule. You share that you meditate with lectures sometimes. I like that. Thank you for sharing that. Doom Knight, you are wondering what happened to Sky Guardian. Well, Sky Guardian is doing as best as he can in this moment. Without going into any personal details, there are many challenges that he faces in life, and he is on the pathway to becoming more in touch with his psychology and getting the help that is necessary for more mental health. And I continue to talk to him every day on that journey, and I'm there for him as much as he can. He was, as many of you know, a very active participant in our Sangha, but he has consciously chosen to not return because this space is one where he has been very vulnerable, and right now that vulnerability is too sensitive. Out of respect for his privacy, that's about the extent that I feel comfortable sharing. In fact, even that he might feel a little uncomfortable with, but I would like you to know, since I know that he is an important part of the Sangha and has been. And thank you, dear Michael, for the heart me and rose you sent to. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. And I'm not the only one in the Sangha that's still in contact with him too. So do with that information what you will. If you feel like if you want to get in contact with him, there are ways to do that too. Good morning, Dolly Pero. Dear Crobins, you share that you saw the video on my old content, and you're wondering what made me become who I am today? I suppose the combination of everything I've ever experienced. So I'm not sure if I can point to a definite moment, but there was one that was pretty transformative for me, and it's a period of time over the span of a few weeks in which I felt like I was at rock bottom, mentally speaking. And I was in and out of the hospital for anxiety that had manifested in pretty severe physical symptoms, like throwing up for, I don't want to say days on end, because it sounds like there was never a moment where I wasn't throwing up, and there were moments where I wasn't throwing up, but it felt like that. And I couldn't fall asleep too, because I was terrified of sleep. I was terrified of everything. It's like everything I looked at gave me an existential crisis. It was like my mind found a way of making everything into something that terrified me. Everything. But possibility of the mind to turn anything into a source of misery speaks to the power of the mind. And I began to realize over those weeks that in the same way that anything can be a source of misery, I have the choice of making that be a source of joy too. Many of you can understand what it's like to just see a striped t-shirt, and then that reminds you of the textiles that a previous romantic partner used to wear, and then you're drawn to the breakup and then all of the things that you could have done differently and how heartbroken you are. But all you saw was a striped t-shirt. And yet somehow the mind connected that to misery. But I think even if it's just a theoretical point, you can understand that in the same way that it's possible to look at anything and find some connection to misery, we can go a different route and connect it to joy. You can see a striped t-shirt, and we could remember that, yes, that previous partner loved their textiles and their patterns, and that love you had bring you a lot of joy, and you stop there. Or maybe you take a different route. You remember, your grandmother had a t-shirt like that, and you had a lot of fun times with your grandmother. How she would always be eating chocolate ice cream, and she would always get that striped t-shirt of hers dirty. And we would laugh about how clumsy she is and how good the ice cream was. Or you could even take that original path and go further with it. Yes, it reminds you of your girlfriend and your breakup. But how about we find the good in that too? That breakup has been an opportunity for you to find your independence, and you've been learning so much about yourself, and that's a good thing too. We have the choice of taking our awareness to higher and higher things. Just a matter of conscious application of that knowledge. Anyway, to answer the original question, that was what dawned on me in those moments of anxiety. And along with that, I had realized my previous internet presence was only in line with that previous way of thinking. And actually, the underlayer of many of my videos was negative. It was very provoking and interesting to the intellect. But my intentions, whether you knew it or not, were negative at a deep level, because I wanted to make people uncomfortable, and I had a disdain for the way that some people thought about these things, and I wanted to replace those ideas. And many of my videos that remain private start with me criticizing the way that people think in some way. All of that criticality culminated in my anxiety. So in those moments, I realized that I have a duty to uplift others, to bring my attention to what's higher and higher. It's not my role to point out something I don't like and try to replace it with something I do like. So my internet presence should reflect that too, reflect my realization of finding more acceptance for things. Instead of pointing out faults in others, I can point out the virtues and the possibilities. And I think that's so wonderful. So, if there was an answer to what made me the way I am in this moment, that was a pretty transformative time for me. Alright. And told of love, you had asked, what was my process of climbing back from that? It was a matter of the utmost practicality. That what truly fulfilled me in life was doing everything that I didn't want to do. Like getting to sleep a little earlier, expressing myself to my family, listening to them in return, helping them with errands, going for walks, taking some time away from electronics, eating a little better. But now, not from the perspective that I should do that because I'm supposed to, but because I have to do that to live the most joyful and expressive life full of possibility. Because I know what it's like when you don't do that. And I never want to feel like that. I want to be a source of love for this world and the people in it. And that means taking care of my body, my mind, and my relationships, etc. So, you could imagine that it was a process of doing all the things I had to do. Even though it was uncomfortable, well, that's a sign that I had excluded them from my comfort zone to begin with. And now I was just in the process of expanding my comfort zone. Alright. Thank you, dear Deanna, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet too. Radhe Radhe. And much love to everyone here. Thank you for your kind words. I'm very honored to have this space full of such beautiful people. I do want to point out, it's 11:11 where I live in the Pacific time zone. Time to make a wish, everyone. May your wish be granted. I did want to point out that it was getting late, and so I did want to begin to wrap up this live stream over the next half an hour or so. So I'm just going to answer a few more questions, and then I'm going to ask you all my question of the day. A little bit of a rapid fire. Dear Sony, you shared that you have a hard time to get back doing some self-Reiki every day. And do I have tips on how to be connected again? Be in nature. The energy of Reiki, in terms of a vocabulary that I'm more familiar with, prana in Sanskrit, is all around us. It's very much activated in a human being, as it is in all forms of life. And so when we're situated in nature, especially nature that's in the process of blossoming, like flowers, like new buds on trees, then we become situated in Reiki, in prana, that vibrantly flows in the life around us. Be in nature. Okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. You are asking what my meditation YouTube is called. If you just want to tap your way there without having to worry about the name, you can find it on my profile. Below my bio, there should be a link tree, linktr.ee/Yamsox, YAMSOX. You tap on that, and then you should see a link labeled ASMR, and you just click on that, and it will lead you to a YouTube channel titled Yamsox ASMR. And there's an anxiety video. You can find it. I imagine if you maybe search up Yamsox ASMR anxiety, maybe a video will come up. Maybe not in the first few results, but if you scroll, I believe it's called Talking You Down from a Panic Attack, in parentheses, existential dread tips or things like that. I hope it's helpful for you. Thank you. What do you mean you can perceive me, for wishing me to be happy forever. Dev, you had asked if I am a philosopher or have insights on said subject. I am not a philosopher, but I'm happy to philosophize with you. Dear beloved Raven, you shared that the nature where you live is hostile. I'm sorry to hear that. I imagine there must be at least some place that is all-encompassing for you. And remember that in general, nature is as scared of us as we are of it. And so with a peaceful mind, many people have approached, and I'm not recommending this, I'm just sharing that this is something that you can experience, that with a peaceful mind, people can approach dogs or cats that are notoriously hostile, and yet they're happiest around this one person and not around others. It's almost like animals can sense that there's peace within you. Having that intention can really change what kind of nature we feel accepted in itself. But do be careful, of course. Even if it's a little park, even if it's, for example, some flowers in your room, or some rocks placed by a river or a pond or even a puddle, all the way up to an ocean, I trust that there's some place around you in which you can go and be with nature. Your beloved Raven, you shared that you are a cat magnet. Well, then I think you don't have as much to worry about when it comes to pissing off nature, as nature can tell whether if you are a threat or not. But of course, exercise your discernment. Thank you, Jess Wears Pants, for your dozen roses in the form of a trio and a trio of trios. Radhe Radhe. dear VYV Fragrance, thank you for your rose too. Om Namah Kalim Amvitame Shorim Naditame Hrim Devitame Aim Sarasvatyai Swaha. Thank you, dear Tan How You, for the heart me you sent to. Radhe Radhe. Dansuela, you share that your sister once had a cat that was hostile toward everyone, but he was very kind to you. You are the chosen one, dear Dansuela. Alright, now I would like to ask you all my question of the day as the first of 3 things I'd like to do before we end our live stream. And I look forward to your message, dear Marlon. Today I'm asking, in what little ways do we as humans unite our energies every day? And I'm really asking about the little things in which we come together at an energetic level. Dear Starlight Wow, you share telling jokes and laughing together. You are so right with that. Or, wait, I think I mixed 2 answers together. Starlight Wow, you share asking questions of each other. And Cobrins, you share telling jokes and laughing together. Yes, ponder away, dear Mars. And Purusha's mouth, you share we laugh together too. Mars, you share it's so easy to say with words. Well, speaking of which, words are one way in which we unite our energies, don't we? By feeding the birds, shares Claudia Sal. I love how big of a feature that is for your life. I remember that. And beloved ravens, you ask, unite our energies with what? With each other. Our energies uniting itself. Virtual hugs, shares Mars. That's a great answer too. Dear Angela, you ask if I can please repeat the question. Of course. In what little ways do we as humans unite our energies every day? Ahaha, you share cooking. Absolutely. Myra, you share that a simple touch can do so much. You are very right with that. And real hugs with your lover, shares Mars. Hugs galore. Planning dinner, shares Starlight Wow. But it's a kind of uniting of our energies. It can be very difficult to find common ground there. Dear Sir Herb McDerp, you share jokes. That's your language. Laughter is the cousin of love. What a beautiful saying. Thank you for that. Night, you share through music. I concur, absolutely. VYV Fragrance, you share being the first to smile. Oh, how powerful that is. Yes. Dear Deanna, you share intentions of love and connection, looking into the eyes of others, our very breaths. Those are wonderful answers too. Dear Mia, you ask if we can pray for your fish. Not a joke, he's sick. I think it's so lovely that you have such affection for your dear fish. May Mia's fish... Mia, what's your fish's name? I would love to know the name of your dear fish. It helps. Carlos, Oh. May Carlos the fish. What do fish get up to? They swim. May Carlos have the strength to continue swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. May Carlos find lots of love. Just as he is surrounded by water, may that water be permeated by the fluid of love which flows so freely from dear Mia to dear Carlos. May that love be healing. And if it is Carlos's time to pass, may Carlos feel love throughout the whole process of transforming. No matter what the destination contains, may our love for Carlos be united forever. Amen. Thank you for your rose, dear Mia. For Carlos. Arium Tat Sat. Back to the question of the day. Allow me to scroll up again. Marlon, you share when we can show care for one another. We unite our energies. And Mars, you share, sharing images, videos of substance and within proper context. Very mature. Donsuela, you wrote, sharing our little idiosyncrasies and foibles. Foibles is a great word. I've never heard that before. And finding commonalities in that. I love that. Alex, you write, the sun. Jen, you share through unconditional love and kindness. Loving each other shares feline. J-Bat, you share always in all ways. How fun. Dear Claude, you share that you're trying to stop smoking for one day and eat whatever is there. Wow. The beautiful goal you've set yourself. I wish you well in that. And I like how you start small with just one day. All we ever have to do is get through whatever amount of time we feel that we can, and then we can ask ourselves, what's the next amount of time that I can do? Back to Angela, dear, you write, laughing, talking, and sharing are little ways in which we unite our energies. And 10, how you share when everyone working towards the same goal. I like that. And Sonny, you share, you would say by smiling and making people smile or laugh. And okay, it's believe in me, Jackie, you write, honesty and openness with closest people. And thank you, dear Samra, for the coral you sent too. The coral reefs around the world certainly need our awareness. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Donsuela, you give the example of forgetting why we entered a room or wearing our jacket inside out. We all do these things. I love that. Yeah, how relatable. How human. And you concur with music being a big one, dear Angela. Sovereign, you share, the sun, particularly lately, has been shining profound truth on all of us. What a beautiful observance. And dear Starlight, wow, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Oscar, thank you for that heart, me too. Om Om Shorim Mahalakshmaya Namaha. Then how you share when music performance as a group comes together. What a unification of energy. I concur. And I love how much acceptance and tolerance is in our comment section. It's a miracle on the internet, truly. Yeah. And dear Mira, you share in this live stream, we also unite our energies. That is true. And Angela, you share that social media comment sections allow us to share, which is exactly what we were doing now. Very wholesome addition, Angela. Thank you. And Samara, you share that your mom always asked a genuine, "How are you? Tell me about your day." And you try to follow her lead. I love that. We're all here to walk each other home. From Ram Das. A beautiful quote to dear Sir Herb McDurp. These are beautiful answers to our question of the day. Dear Loki, you add being kind to each other. Mars, you share being vulnerable with me. Well, that's always a personal choice, but I hope to be aware of preciousness of vulnerability and be aware of how I can respect that always. Vulnerability is absolutely a time in which we unite our energies. Sir Herb, you were wondering what phrases I say. Those are mantras in Sanskrit, which Ram Das would probably know, speaking of him. Actually, his first name, Ram, well, his first name after his spiritual initiation. Before he was Richard, Dr. Richard Alpert. But he was named after his guru's Ishta Devata, which is Ram. Neem Karoli Baba would always be doing the mantra Ram, 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 Ram. There's a beautiful audio of his guru doing it. They are ancient invocations of aspects of divinity. Dear Oscar, your answer to our question of the day is a simple greeting. Good morning, good evening, a warm smile. I love that. Dear Hale, you share you love being kind to people, but they don't like being kind to you. It is a sacrifice of kindness that we do so without expectation. But as we continue to give, the universe will give to us also, as no one ever became poor by giving. We are kindness distribution networks. If we don't receive kindness outside, we do so from within. Dear Melly, you share that every toilet canal links our boats together. Oh, how funny, I like that. Thank you, Feline, for the rose you sent too. Radhe, Radhe. And LV, level 99, thank you for your rose too. Good day. Angela, you ask if I could cover the dark side of human beings. We all experience suffering and pain, and without healthy mechanisms to getting in touch with that, we may bring that pain to others too. To cry for help, really, when we hurt others, even if we're not consciously doing so. When we're in pain, and we feel alone, like no one else understands. A very emotionally immature way of getting that understanding is to put someone else through similar pain, so that we feel like we're not alone in our pain. However, as I said, this is an immature way of addressing our pain, and it's something that is a part of us when we don't have healthier ways of coming into understanding. And as we continue to understand that pain, then instead of bringing down others to the levels of ourselves to reach that understanding, we raise ourselves up to the levels of others, and there we reach understanding, and anyone else who thereby feels as low as we did before, we bring them up too, in order to bring about karmic balance. Thank you, dear Crystal Mist, for your rose too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Alright. I am going to minimize our question of the day there for now. So thank you for exploring with me together. I love how many ways in which we can unite our energies. Thank you for helping me become more aware of that. And thank you, dear Crystal Mist, for the rose, and VYV Fragrance for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Marlin, you ask, do I think the earth is flat or is it a spherical shape? One thing we know for certain is that it's locally Euclidean, which is a term in geometry referring to a qualification for a manifold. Any 2D surface, it can take many shapes. Our surface of our earth can be modeled as a manifold, and as such it retains the criteria of being locally Euclidean, which means that on some scales it appears to be flat. But this is not totally true because, well, flat includes grass popping up and trees and ripples of the water and mountains and houses and people and things. So what do we really mean by flat then? Because there's lots of curvature there. We mean if we zoom out, what do we find the general shape to be? Well, there's a way of knowing without ever actually going up and looking down. All we have to do is ask a question concerning symmetry. And this has been a major discovery in physics at the turn of the 20th century that creates all these shortcuts to understanding the universe. There was this brilliant mathematician. Her name was Emmy Noether, and she discovered that all of the laws of physics can be described as some kind of symmetry of the universe. And a symmetry, just like the kind of one that pops into your head when I say that, is a way of mapping an object onto itself where everything lines up. We know of mirror symmetries and rotational symmetries, but there's many, many more kinds of symmetries. All we have to do when it comes to knowing the shape of a planet is ask, under what physical laws is it subject to? Ask what the symmetries of that physical law are, And then that tells you about what shape those objects must be, because a shape subjected to any law of physics will conform to the same symmetry. So what is the dominant physical law which the earth is subject to? And you may think about it, and the natural answer is gravity. Gravity is the dominant force on Earth. So what do we know about the symmetries of gravity? Does it always pull in one direction? Does it spiral? What kind of shapes does gravity conform to, the force itself? Ideally, in space, gravity pulls in all directions equally. Anything with mass or energy, it tugs on everything around it equally with no preferred direction, because in space there's no up, down, left or right, or forward and backwards. That's called spherical symmetry, which means that in the universe, if you flip the whole thing upside down, or you mirror it, or whatever you do, if you move it around a sphere, the laws of physics should remain the same. Gravity conforms to this law, this symmetry. Therefore, objects subject to enough gravity will also form symmetries too. So, because gravity is the dominant force on Earth, it's mostly spherical. And we found that out just by considering the symmetries of physics without ever zooming out. But it's not the only force. There's also a centripetal force due to its angular momentum. And because of that, centripetal force, which is a ring-like symmetry, then the Earth also has a ring-like protrusion around the equator. And when we get down to the surface, there's all these other forces, like the van der Waals force. There's also the electromagnetic force. And at the atomic level, there's the strong and weak nuclear force. But these happen on really small scales, which make for the surface of the Earth having so much variety. So just by understanding the symmetries of the Earth, and by that I mean the forces, the physical laws it's subject to, we can predict its shape. And of course, satellites confirm this also. But you know what I always say? No matter what you believe the shape of the Earth to be, we must believe that we're on the same one. And because of it, we have a shared duty to take care of Mother Earth and get along with one another. Thank you, dear Usha, for the balloons you sent too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And thank you, dear alcoholic Jesus, for your hand hearts and finger hearts too. Radhe Radhe. Okay. Now, I would like to go to my second to last topic before I end our Sangha today, which is to read from another section of the hidden power in humans. Oh, by the way, another point I wanted to talk about, which is the oldest word, one of the oldest words for the Earth is round planet, Bhugol in Sanskrit. Something I hadn't mentioned is that in recent times, the common belief, according to scientific knowledge, is that the earth is round. But there's a myth that if you go back in time, most people believed it's flat, and that's actually not even true. A minority group, according to Christian creationists in Europe, only a few hundred years ago, believed that the earth was flat, according to literal interpretations of Genesis. But if you go back even beyond that, into the ancient world, you'll find almost every culture believed in a round planet too. And it makes sense, because we look at all the other celestial bodies, which appear to be round too. It would make sense that ours is also. There are many ancient words like the Sanskrit Bhugol, which mean round earth too. Now I would like to read more about the nature of Samadhi as we're wrapping up the end of our book, The Hidden Power in Humans. I think everyone will find something of value here. Last time we introduced the idea of different kinds of Samadhi. Samadhi being a state of superconsciousness in which the knower, the knowledge, and the object of knowledge become unified. There were two types of Samadhi which were rather spontaneous, or you could even say unconscious. But we are able to experience two types of Samadhi consciously too. These are Savikalpa Samadhi and Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And literally speaking, these words refer to an all-exclusive experience or an all-inclusive experience. Nirvikalpa is a kind of consciousness of nothingness, where we've withdrawn from everything else and are just abiding in our essence alone. Whereas Savikalpa is a consciousness of everythingness, where we feel oneness with every part of this experience. And that's a good question, Sir Herb McDurb. Is Sanskrit Hindu? Well, Hinduism is a large body of many different subcultures and traditions coming together. There are many languages in and around the Hindu diaspora, but the liturgical language, the traditional language, is indeed Sanskrit, as that was the language of the seers of the Vedas, the original revelations of that time. And out of that evolved many different traditions we collectively call Hinduism. But still to this day, there are many Hindus that speak many other languages. Tamil being a big language too, arising from the Dravidian cultures of the south too. Yeah. Hindi, as many other languages of India, are brought out from Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a beautiful language, and dear Robert Oppenheimer was referring to a verse from the Bhagavad Gita that was written in Sanskrit when he saw the Trinity test go off. He was reminded of the point in, I think, the 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna reveals his cosmic form to dear Arjuna. And he says, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Actually, the word death that's being translated as being paraphrased by Oppenheimer, was kala, which does have the connotation of death, but it literally means time. And time is the cause of death, in some sense, you could say. Very much related to Kali. With that exploration of the language of many of these words, let's dive deeper into Savikalpa Samadhi and Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Savikalpa means with movement of the mind. This type of samadhi is also known as Sabija Samadhi, which means with a seed, and Savichara Samadhi, which means with differentiation. In Savikalpa Samadhi, emotions, thoughts, and desires still exist, partly conscious and partly as subconscious or unconscious karmic seeds. But in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, also known as Nirbija, without seed, or Nirvichara, without differentiation, no more thoughts whatsoever exist. No one seed of a desire or karma remains. Imagine a lake that is mirror smooth and motionless. When a pebble is thrown into the water, circular ripples are created that reproduce and spread outwards. And so it is with every situation, every impression in our lives. Quote-unquote waves are produced in our minds, just as with the pebble thrown into the water, and these reproduce and spread in our consciousness. Who is able to estimate just how much gravel and debris is submerged in our consciousness? That is why it can take such a long time for all disruptive factors, called kleshas and vikshepas, to be raised, purified, and cleared from the depths of our consciousness. Once this happens and the mind again becomes still, we are able to advance to the supreme consciousness. The expression Savikalpa Samadhi is related to Sankalpa and Vikalpa, which, if we remember from earlier chapters, Sankalpa refers to a wish, a goal, a resolution, and Vikalpa refers to indecision, change, and doubt. Just as a child builds a sandcastle, then soon afterwards destroys it and begins to build it again, so in our imagination we create an inner world, or an inner entire world that we identify with and also experience. Then, in the next moment, when we come up with something else, we destroy it. And so it continues non-stop. To watch a child playing in the sand is entertaining and amusing for a short while, and so it is for a sage, a wise person, who watches with interest and is frequently astonished by how people seem to constantly build sand castles in their lives, and when one collapses, to patiently begin to build the next. Of Savikalpa Samadhi, there are different aspects too to explore. For example, the concept of enlightenment itself. Just as waking passes imperceptibly into sleep, and from sleep into dream, so we arrive at our first experience of Savikalpa Samadhi, inner enlightenment. Enlightenment already begins in the Ajna Chakra, which is the third eye, and the Bindu Chakra, which is at the cowlick at the back of our head. The closer we come to the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown, the more radiant the light becomes, and until ultimately all forms dissolve and our inner space is filled with a radiant light, brighter than 1,000 suns. We perceive a wonderful, all-pervasive sound, like the sound of Om sung by 1,000 voices, and the door to the infinite opens before our inner eye. A new, fascinating world full of wonder and mystery now unfolds in front of us, different to anything we've ever imagined or conceived. We all wish for spiritual experiences, but when the door of the Sahasrara Chakra opens for us, we can be like a bird sitting at the open door of its cage, uncertain as to whether it should fly out into freedom or remain in the well-known surroundings. This is exactly how we feel when the Brahmarandra opens. Even though this is what we have longed for and aimed at, it requires courage to take the next step when we are standing on that threshold. It now lies with us whether we would like to continue with this experience or again withdraw to normal consciousness. For an aspirant whose heart is filled with a burning desire for the divine light, the meditation is not disturbed and continues. But if fear, doubt, and uncertainty surface, then we should stop the practice and consult the Master. Let's pause our reading of the different kinds of Samadhi there for now, but thank you for exploring it with me, and I hope to continue reading. Namaste. For now, I'll just begin to wrap up our live stream for tonight. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, dear Tapini, for the heart you sent while we read. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Mr. Just Average. No, we were not reading the Bhagavad Gita, dear Sir Herp. But this is a more modern text that builds on many other ancient scriptures, like the Bhagavad Gita, written by Paramahans Swami Maheshwarananda. If anyone is interested in listening to the Bhagavad Gita, I certainly encourage you to do so. On my ASMR YouTube channel, I have been reading through the Bhagavad Gita chapter at a time with a whispered voice and rain sounds in the background. An ASMR style reading of that ancient scripture. You're welcome to check that out too. I'm happy you enjoyed the reading, dear Sir Herp. It's a great one, that's for sure. Night, dear Angela. Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for the rose you shared too. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. Thank you for being here, dear Jessie. And Jeweled Alligator, thank you for your friendship necklace as well. Hare Krishna. No chanting tonight, asks Purusha's mouth. No, that's exactly what we're going to do now. So if you'll join me, normally I like to end with Sanskrit mantras that are predominant throughout the Sanatana Dharma, often equated with Hinduism, but of the dharmic religions in general, there are many. And Sikhism also is one that touches my heart too, and I don't think we've done a Sikh mantra in a while. So today I would like to end in honor of all of the Sikhs with the traditional Satnam Shri Vaheguru. Technically speaking, all of these words come from Sanskrit. Sat meaning true, Nam meaning name, Shri being an honorific for the divine, Guru being a spiritual teacher, and Vahe referring to something wonderful. It is like saying, wow. And I have the Gurmurki. It's a tough one for me to say, script above that. And we'll be doing it 108 times. And it won't take that long. For now, allow me to just minimize the background music so that we can put on some music for us to chant along with. And this will be our meditation. And you can join in whenever it feels comfortable.
Satnam Shri Vaheguru, 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 सतनाम श्री वाहेगुरु 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 सतनाम श्री वाहेगुरु
Thank you for listening. Thank you for chanting along. In honor of all the Sikh Gurus and the Guru Granth Sahib, Or is it the Grand Guru Sahib? I always mix up my alliteration there. And you know, I realized I gave you the word-for-word translation. I didn't tell you the meaning. Sat, true, Nam, name, Shri, a divine invocation, Ohe, wondrous Guru teacher. So it's the name of the teacher. That divinity is the truth. And I love how we're using the term Guru to refer to the divine in this case, that the divinity which is responsible for this whole existence, it is a kind of Guru, a kind of teacher. Wahe, wow. So, thank you. With that, and I always love exploring various cultures of the world. I'm so honored to have a space where we find value and truth in different expressions of faith and tradition. We will be closing our live stream very soon. I did get it right, the Guru Granth Sahib the first time. Thank you for confirming. The Guru comes first. I just have to remember it like that. Dear Gaia, one more time you ask what the meaning of the mantra is. It means Wahe Guru, that wondrous teacher, that wondrous source of enlightenment, that divinity. Your name is the truth. And you might wonder, what is that name? Well, there are many, many, many forms of that name in different traditions all around the world. In some sense, every word uttered is the name of that source. So nothing specific, but in this case, Wahe Guru. And dear Sir Hope, you ask, what does Wahe mean? Well, you wrote Wahe, wow. My saying of wow afterwards is the meaning of Wahe. It's just kind of way we can say wow. But I definitely see the resemblance with indigenous populations. They also have a similar conception of the divine source as a kind of teacher, as a kind of chief of wonder. I think many of the terms for the divine translate to a chief of wonder, which is very similar. Chief being a kind of spiritual teacher or guru, and wonder being the essence of that word, Wahi. All right. Thank you all for being here today. I'm so honored to have this space with you all. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you, dear Stanina, for the applause that you sent. Here's some applause for you and everyone for going through the challenges that you're facing. Thank you. Dear user 134, you ask, am I familiar with the Sikh concept of Satguru? I am familiar with it in other contexts, in the general sense of a true teacher. And I know that the term is used in different contexts, like in comparison to an Upaguru, which is kind of a temporary teacher. The Satguru finally delivers you to, is used in different contexts, like in comparison to an Upaguru, which is kind of a temporary teacher. The Satguru finally delivers you to, is used in different contexts, like in comparison to an Upaguru, which is kind of a temporary teacher. The Satguru finally delivers you to. And I think my internet is back. Hopefully it just cut out for a second. But yeah, I'd love to learn how the term Satguru is used in Sikh contexts too. Do let me know. Has my connection returned? I hope to be able to connect with you before we leave. It's back. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, dear Don Suela. As always, this live stream will be uploaded to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. Therefore, if there's any part of this live that was of value to you, you can check it out. And in the comment section, not the comment section. There was a point about the comment section I wanted to make about it being one where you can express yourself a little more fully. You have a larger character limit in case there's anything you wanted to write, especially for the question of the day. There's more space there. But in the description, I was going to say there's a chapter system along with every video down to the minute of each concept being discussed. So you're welcome to check that out to find exactly what point you wanted to look at. All voluntary, of course. And there's playlists for our meditations and readings in case you ever wanted to meditate on something we were doing. Source of meditations that you could do. Most of them are mantra dhyana meditations on mantra. But occasionally we diversify. I could certainly do another guided meditation sometime if you would like that. Also, since the readings, I don't expect everyone to be here every time we do a reading. I imagine that a lot of context that could be gained from listening to previous parts of the reading. So that's there for you in case you wanted some context of where we are in our current reading. Here's user 134. You share that if I want to learn more about the Sikh Satguru, as it is quite distinct, I can read the poems of Kabir Das. I've heard of this Kabir. I really should check him out. Thank you. I would love to. What I really love about Sikhism is that it's such an exploration about the concept of a guru in so many different ways. And imagine we'll find that expressed in the poems of Kabir Das too. Gaia, you were wondering about the color of the heart chakra, which has a bija mantra of Yam, my name indeed. It has a green aura, as it is surrounded by the aura of the lower chakra, the solar plexus, which is orangey yellow. It has a green aura. That aura extends around other chakras too. So it appears that the heart is green, but that's because it's in the aura of the solar plexus. According to our yogi, the color of the heart chakra is actually a kind of blue representing air, just like the sky, kind of light blue. And there's a beautiful diagram of that here. The Anahata. But yes, I like how you know the mantra for the heart is Yam. Do I know Sri Aurobindo, asks Danielle. Actually, I have some of Sri Aurobindo's work right next to me. Sri Aurobindo wrote a beautiful commentary about the meanings of each sound in Sanskrit. For example, he wrote that the retroflex da represents dullness. What is that word? I can hardly read my own writing. Does it say persistence, obstinacy, and it's rajaso tamasic, meaning of the qualities of passion and darkness. I love how Sri Aurobindo connects each sound, the morpheme, the phonemes itself of communication to meaning. It's very beautiful. I'm certainly in a position of learning more about Sri Aurobindo, and I would love to continue my understanding of him and his story and his teachings. I would love to continue this topic, but it's getting late for me. I need to be mindful of my bedtime, so I must put a pin in the questions now. But if there's a question that you wanted to ask, I'm going to be here tomorrow again, and you're welcome to ask me on my other platforms, Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, email. I leave all of those places open for exactly this reason of if there's ever a question I can't get to, I'd be happy to answer it there. So thank you for your patience. Just rapid fire indigo. I love Ramana Maharshi. His teachings are very direct. As a method of self-inquiry, Atma Vicharya. And Alex Lightbody. I don't follow any particular religion, but I consider myself a student of all of them. And dear Petro, you were wondering what happened to some of my videos. In the link tree in my bio, there's a frequently asked questions document, and I tell the story of my transformation of my internet presence as it relates to some of the things I go through in my personal life too. So I hope you find that insightful. All right. Thank you, dear Danielle, for your rose too. And Bobby So, thank you for your heart me, your team bracelet, and cheer you up. Radhe Radhe. Dear Burned, thank you for your rose too. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Satgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Murtyor Ma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness into light, from death to immortality. Peace, peace, peace. Thank you, my lovely moderators, for helping ensure a safe and inclusive space. May you have a wonderful night, everyone, evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. Most generally, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.